Interest Media Initiative and an African Worldview Network. His work combines the efficacy of traditional media and the new media platforms with a goal to generate a viable public interest originated digital media ecosystem. ABN's vision is to build a scalable, cloud-based ecosystem for African content distribution, supporting local content creators, generating significant value-added revenues, and reaching audiences across the continent and the diaspora. As the co-founder of the Africa Public Interest Media Initiative, a non-profit dedicated to modernizing state-owned media across the sub-Saharan Africa, George's goal is to transform Africa's traditional public broadcasting ecosystem into a unified, AI-driven, and digital-first, this is very important, consortium, producing high-quality, culturally relevant content for the global audiences. He's a 2018 fellow of the Shorenstein Center at Harvard Kennedy School. George developed the strategic framework for the APIMI as part of his work on media development, and he is happy today to be our keynote speaker, and he's also agreed to do a fireside chat with me at some point in the program. So it is with great pleasure that the Africa Media Bureau brings to you our keynote speaker. Please welcome the CEO and founder of ABN Holdings, Mr. George Twumasi. Thank you, George.
Simmons, good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow media owners and ecosystem design thinkers, deans and faculty of tertiary institutions, editors, industry regulators, and distinguished colleagues. Good morning. It is a great honor to be invited to this conference by my colleagues at the Africa Media Bureau to provide a framework for our deliberations today with a focus on the future of media convergence in Africa. I do perceive that the future of media convergence in Africa will play out against a background of recurrent issues comprising declining audiences versus digital growth, non-African platform dominance, the slow adoption of automated journalism, and the naivety of traditional media owners. However, it's possible to turn the tide through a deliberate transformative shift of state-owned media assets from a fragmented landscape of siloed and financially sometimes moribund traditional outlets into an integrated and or consolidated digital-first public-private partnerships driven public-private partnership-driven ecosystem comprising turnkey African-owned and or controlled connectivity and access layers, a data-predicated platform and distribution monetization layer, a culturally relevant creative economy value-generating layer, and capital and sovereign control layers. Altogether, these four layers will ensue in the effective inflow of financial capital and the capture of long-term commercial and social impact development value. Given the current reality of an increasingly blurry line between broadcasting, telecommunications, and social platforms, there's a very strong, albeit ad hoc shift towards the adoption of hybrid ecosystems, where traditional media houses in many countries, including Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya, have been forced by harsh realisms to move away from legacy-only models toward a hybrid digital-first model. However, we must not make the mistake of assuming that a digital-first approach is platform-dependent. A digital-first business model does not mean posting our best content on Silicon Valley servers for free, hoping their algorithms would be kind to us. True convergence is not about putting a radio show on a podcast or a television news segment on TikTok. True convergence is the integration of intelligence into new culturally relevant algorithms, which speaks to Africa's imagination and aspirations. Within the context of that, it's about building a media ecosystem where the data tells us what the people need and how our journalistic craft can deliver content in a format that fits their lives, whether they are in a trotro in Accra or the farm in the northern region. In 2026, on average, most young Africans between the ages of 18 and 34 spend less than 12 minutes a day with what we still describe as traditional media. 12 minutes. In most cases, that same young person in that age bracket and his or her friends spend a lot of time consuming, creating, and distributing user-generated content by almost every meaningful measure for more than 6 hours a day. We see our kids do it all the time. 6 hours on platforms we did not build, governed by rules we did not write, monetized by companies that do not answer to our regulators, and increasingly moderated by algorithms that do not recognize our language, our faces, nor recognize our historical perspectives. The problem that we all face when we are my age is that what we describe as traditional media does not exist. It is dead, it's gone. But we like to hold on to that esoteric value proposition because we grew up with traditional media. We teach about traditional media. We converse around the thoughts of traditional media, something that has long departed from our ecosystem. So the phrase traditional media is itself a diagnosis. It tells us how we have come to see ourselves as the older generation of an industry, as that industry is continually being disrupted by those younger than we are. It's a gentle phrase that allows us to speak about the forces shaping our industry in a manner that gives us a false sense of security. There is no traditional media for most Africans below the age of 30. It doesn't exist. They don't know what that means. There's only two types of media in that regard. One that has converged, and another type that does not as yet realize traditional media belongs to the past. The newsroom that still measures its relevance by print circulation or by the reach of its transmitter is not traditional, it is simply late. The broadcaster that treats its Facebook page as a poster board rather than a production studio is not traditional, it's invincible. The publisher that treats its website as the place where the newspaper goes to sleep at the end of the day is not traditional, it's a museum with a Wi-Fi password. In today's world, legacy is not a business model. It isn't. Nostalgia is not a revenue line. And the fact that an institution used to matter is not on its own an argument for why anyone today should care about it. I know what it costs to ask a generation of media professionals, people who have built their craft in master control rooms and tape libraries, to now think in terms of product sprints, retention curves, and audience cohorts. It's humbling work. It's also non-negotiable work. Consider the evidence. African content today drives roughly 30% of Spotify's global growth. And yet African artists retain less than 20% of the streaming revenue. That content generates. Nollywood produces more than 2,500 films a year, more than Hollywood, and yet we do not own the digital distribution infrastructure that would let us monetize our own diaspora audiences. African news content does generate billions of dollars in advertising revenue on Meta and on Google. And local African media outlets receive less than 10 cents on the dollar of that value. Maybe even less, maybe 1 cent. 10 cents is a lot of money in that regard. The FT strategies recently along the African Development Bank did a media investment fund feasibility, as did some time ago the International Fund for Public Interest Media, which is looking forward, seeking to look forward, but not with Africa as its main focus, not with the traditional media that we yearn to evolve from as a focus. Fundamentally, it's a Western-driven agenda, which all be very good as part of the process, right? It doesn't really situate our intent, our purpose, and our need in the context that it's required in order for us to flourish in an industry which already makes money for us, which does not come into our pockets, right? So that study puts the aggregate opportunity to Africa's media ecosystem at $180 billion in shrinking advertising revenue, infrastructure gaps, and platform dependency all combined together. The root cause is not a mystery. It's this platform dependency. Africa operates as a content supplier to an infrastructure owned elsewhere. YouTube, Spotify, Meta, Netflix, these companies extract value because they control three things we do not. They control distribution, the platforms on which content is consumed. They control the payment rails, how users pay, and how creators are compensated. And they control the data, the audience intelligence on which all modern monetization now depends. This is the same structural trap that kept African raw materials undervalued for decades. The solution is not to produce more content. The solution is to own the infrastructure that monetizes it. To win, there are three key challenges that must be effectively tackled. First, mobile handsets have evolved into the primary screen. Whether it's radio, podcast, it's the mobile phone. It's supported by the traditional screen at home during family viewing when you're tired after work. But most of the time, everybody's on their telephone, right? Across the continent of Africa, mobile devices have become the central hub for news and entertainment, making mobile native content formats the standard rather than a disruption. For that reason, a recurring revenue sapping issue of fragmented consumption has come to stay. Consumers of traditional media have shifted in their preferences and given the choice of options available, from linear certainty to a mix of readily and or easily accessible non-linear streaming options, including free ad-supported series and short-form micro-dramas on platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and on YouTube. Second, global media firms are increasingly using multimedia platform strategies to consolidate their influence in Africa. For example, the rollout of 5G, which the likes of CNN, CGTN, the BBC, France 24, and Deutsche Welle can afford to deploy, does provide the ultra-low latency and high bandwidth required for seamless, high-quality streaming and real-time interactive media. Furthermore, with secure satellite partnerships driven by Starlink and Amazon, it was Amazon Kuiper, rebranded as Amazon Leo, and other giant-driven companies with strong Africa-wide footprints, including Facebook and Google, are already well invested in bridging Africa's digital divide, bringing high-speed internet to rural areas, and ensuring that converged news media services reach previously underserved populations, which, underpinned by the power and capabilities of artificial intelligence, are increasingly set to become the most powerful news media organizations on the African continent. Straddling content automation, audience analytics, supremacy-fueled misinformation campaigns, and local language translation supports, they are winning all advertising revenues. Third, the threat to Africa's narrative sovereignty. There's a growing movement to use converged platforms to take control of African stories. By building complete editorial and technological ecosystems, African media can position their narratives as levers of economic and geopolitical power. Even now, in 2026, the shaping of Africa's image on a Pan-African level and on the international stage remains beyond the control of Africa. Rather, foreign media entities have continued to play a phenomenal role in shaping the image of Africa. As such, we face the paradox in Africa that Africans do not present or represent themselves, and in our endeavors to construct a positive image of Africa, we remain challenged by a long legacy of negative narratives and an image of Africans stretching from the image of blacks in antiquity, the classical age, Judeo-Christian literature, and Islamic civilizations, to the crisis news that reverts present-day media coverage of Africa. Equally important, traditional media systems have enduringly functioned as major technologies of rule, both in colonial and post-colonial Africa. European missionaries, for example, in Africa, were among the first to adopt photography when the technology became available, sending black images of African heathenism, in quotes, and barbarity, in quotes, that unlocked the purse strings so vital to missionary support overseas. These images would inform European conviction that colonization or colonialism would be a good service to Africa. Radio was introduced to British and French Africa in the 1920s and the 1930s. Both colonial powers viewed radio as an arm of colonial policy, an instrument of rule, whereas the British moved to decentralize radio and provided a large indigenous component along the model of the BBC. BBC Public Corporation, the French maintained a tight grip on radio, welding broadcasting in French Africa firmly to France and seen in broadcasting a tool to mold Africans in a French image, the policy of assimilation. It is not surprising, therefore, considering this utility of media, that in the not too distant past, most African post-independent governments would move quickly to control radio and other forms of media, especially in those era, during the times when coup d'etats were rampant. The first place the military would go to would be the broadcasting house. At the beginning of the 21st century, as we travel through 2026, Africa is faced with a broad set of challenges, from good governance, economic growth, developing human capital, promoting health and environmentally sustainable lifestyles, nurturing an informed and empowered citizenry, and deepening the roots of democracy and political participation. We strive to achieve these goals in an international context with global competition to attract foreign investments, when globalization has intensified the flow of capital, entrepreneurship, and labor. On the internal African front, the end of the Cold War in 1989 has produced what has been described as Africa's second wave of democratization, and new and more sustained attempts at forging democracy. Right through till now, new nations were birthed just as older ones sought to redefine themselves. Other nations in this period did implode in this post-Cold War period as well, including a genocide in 1994 and civil wars within Central Africa and in West Africa. From then till now, media does still occupy a crucial place in all our endeavors to create an informed citizenry, not prone to manipulation, to revise the African's concept of what it really means to be an African citizen and personality, and within Africa, and to create a more positive and appealing narrative of ourselves, and to educate and entertain African audience with content about who we are, who we were, who we truly are, and what we can become and achieve as a united force of nature. Altogether, for a continent that has been greatly deprived of knowledge, the pursuit of a powerful narrative of ourselves through the power of an Afrocentric public interest media ecosystem, with the potential of becoming an electronic classroom, bridging the gaps between haves and have-nots, rural and urban, literate and illiterate, male and female, young and old, is long overdue. Within the context of the above, the successful convergence of a myriad national state-owned media systems and private sector media entities into a viable ecosystem would not just represent a technological change, but a strategic and consequential paradigm shift that would influence and impact generations ahead regarding who we are through positive narratives that we own and control. However, with traditional ad revenues declining, and with most of Africa's national media entities fighting to survive through various ongoing experimentations with diversified revenue streams, including sponsored content and event-based monetization, our narrative sovereignty remains compromised. There are other challenges that our industry continues to face across Africa. Infrastructure gaps, including rural electricity deficits, and the high cost of data continues to limit access for millions. The convergence of different platforms due to the inability to adequately train a professional tech-savvy skill set from a journalistic perspective, and outdated policy frameworks and concerns over censorship in certain regions on the continent. This altogether, notwithstanding, does still point in the direction of the prospects that we have of achieving a converged African digital media ecosystem. It, however, lies in our ability to create an institutional funding mechanism. That's the first. The African Development Bank, the Africa Exim Bank, all our MFIs, DFIs, development finance institutions, do not prioritize media. But in Ghana, in July 2001, media was the act that constrained media was abolished at the time by Parliament during the time of President Kufuor, right? Media in Ghana exploded, and it's part of the fourth estate. Arguments go on, and fundamentally, politicians are questioned, and there's integrity in the voting system, and it's made our democracy one of the best and most enviable on the continent, right? But it is not the case in Cameroon, nor in Central African Republic or elsewhere. In most places across Africa, media is a fragmented opposition tool on the one hand, and a propaganda engine on the other hand. And therefore, AU, African Union, all the things we do, does not work. Because we don't have that viable fourth estate, nor do we have the resources to make it work. So money is extremely important. Money will blend technology with authentic storytelling. Organizations that successfully integrate AI, 5G connectivity, and hybrid monetization models will lead the continent's new era of growth and narrative influence. For decades, much of public service broadcasting and academic work across Africa was subsidized directly or indirectly by institutions headquartered in London, Washington, Paris, and Bonn. The BBC World Service, Deutsche Welle, Canal France International, USAID, Open Society. These organizations have funded our media development. Most news agencies on the continent, without mentioning names, in Ghana and Nigeria, in Uganda, elsewhere, got started by funding from the BBC. The names changed across programs and decades, but the arrangement was familiar. They trained our journalists. They built our signals. They set our standards. They wrote many of our stories back to us, and we too often mistook that translation for authorship. We are very proud when our journalists win awards and they are designated to certain media entities outside of Africa. It's an achievement of accomplishment. That's a false narrative. In the last 2 years, that arrangement has begun to collapse. Washington has walked away from media development. USAID is gone in terms of its funding of all these mechanisms, right? And scholarship, kind of like grants, etc. Away from media development across this continent almost entirely. London is cutting its Africa-facing services to the bone. Bonn is restructured. Paris is consolidating. Whatever one thinks of any of these institutions, and I hold many hard thoughts and many grateful ones about each of them, the fact of the moment is not in serious dispute. The capital that much of African public interest media, the capital that much of African public interest media was built on is leaving, and the vacuum is ours to fill or to forfeit. Through whichever Silicon Valley platform, sovereign fund, or state-backed broadcaster, right, moves into the space the fastest. So we must not mourn the departure. We need to celebrate it neither. What we simply need to observe, or what I have observed in my 4 decades in this industry, is that there has never been a moment like this, a clarifying moment than this one. We have for the first time no fallback, and sometimes no fallback is the precondition for finally doing that which we should have done all along. I'll end here, fundamentally, because there's a lot to say and so little time to say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. So clearly we ran out of time, but there's a lot more we'll explore when I do the one-on-one with him. He was building a point, and we'll get to that. What are some of the key things that need to be done so we don't lose out on an inevitable media convergence? And by the way, this is the media convergence in Ghana, rethinking traditional media in the digital first era, happening live from the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. It's organized by the African Media Bureau. Thank you so much, George Twumasi. Let's put hands in one more time for George. Before we get into our next panel, we'll take a quick message from the rest of our sponsors.
Across our markets and communities, dreams are being built every day with hard work and determination. In every corner of our market, resilience lives here. Join us. Let's see how GCB Bank's support is expanding businesses, increasing their profits, and shaping stronger futures. Today we are at Makola to speak to Madam Wilhelmina Amuno.
Your friend me Wilhelmina Amuno. My business name Unyamiye Abacha 1. Abacha 1 ba kupe. Mokola ha. Upe din Abacha. Me nkwa mene Abacha. Bishia GCB. wo brad market here me gina mu ni shop here me gina mu chese en so hwe bi beto yen a ye wo ha no pa na chese je bia pa ha asa agudi ene he nyina yen komro fire service ba ye bibia ensi ene he nyina hye nti ye wo ha na PCB eba ye say ye no ma ye ne ma hye the victims ye metro trading na on betimi amoye nti me kwade shop ni na mu ana chese GC before na me ne wo mo ye adwu ade ba ko so GC ho a me pepa ne say uton wade a chese wo ho no ma be hu ana veru abeji usika de koba alert ne ho na to phone so ten sika de man ade enche amount bia wo mu sende bisika me de ba GCB de atofo ama eti ado ne ade e ma me ne GCB ho a me ne wo mu course wa ye adwuma ba ye ko mu no ana chese ase me kwa ho chire ba nyese ase wo mu a adwuma ye de obehia support enti any support bia me ye bia me kwa GCB a na chese dwem ye de ebu mama me nti eno na aboa madwuma na kosoa chese me wie ya me ho ana GCB ahochire bi aba me ko ya be ne manager kan ya oseje no ma work it out according to almost say me balance and I say statement nti no emo GCB di aboa me de bebre.
I've sat across the table with women at the very beginning, finding plans, restructuring projections, taking that first bold step of starting a business. Then I've watched them grow new branches, larger teams, bigger confidence. At GCB Bank, our support goes beyond funding. It's guidance, it's trust, it's showing up consistently. I've witnessed how consistent support transforms potential into lasting success.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are. Where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
Please put your hands together as we come back in. This is the Media Convergence Conference here in Accra. My name is Bernard Abler. We just heard a riveting speech from George Twumasi. We'll be sitting down with him later on for a fireside chat to delve further into the fantastic ideas. I don't know about you, but the speech hit me very well. He spoke about there is no traditional media. He says legacy is not a business model. Nostalgia is not a revenue line. And the fact that an institution used to matter is not on its own an argument for why anyone today should care about it. We're going to segue into a first panel discussion when we come back from our brief coffee break. And that panel will be moderated by my colleague Francisca Kakra-Forsing, and it will be on this very important topic on how convergence is changing digital newsroom workflows. She will deal with audience fragmentation and engagement, multimedia storytelling and content repurposing, and all this within a Ghanaian context. And it's on the theme State of Media Convergence in Ghana with Francisca Kakra-Forsing. Panel members include Professor Abena Yeboah-Banning, Dr. Taufik Mohammed, and Maximus Ametogo. It's 11 minutes to the top of the hour. We have some cocoa and drinks at the end of in the lobby, so we'd like to take a brief break so you can refresh yourselves. When we come back at 11, we'll go straight into the first panel discussion. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be with you shortly.
What does it take to be Ghana's most useful technology company? Is it the fact that we've been connecting businesses to their customers for over 20 years? Or that we power more than 12% of all electronic transactions in Ghana? Maybe it's that we are everywhere. From Accra to Kumasi to Tadi, Cape Coast to Tamale. Or is it that we safely process more transactions than any indigenous tech company here in Ghana? Or we deliver faster, we transfer safer, or we make businesses and life just a little easier? But what truly makes us Ghana's most useful technology company, it isn't the speed or the numbers. It's the people we connect, the dreams we keep moving, the communities we bring closer every single day. You prove every day what usefulness really looks like. We give you the tools, you provide the proof. Haptel, useful every day. Across our markets and communities, dreams are being built every day with hard work and determination. In every corner of our market, resilience lives here. Join us. Let's see how GCB Bank support is expanding businesses, increasing their profits, and shaping stronger futures. Today, we are at Odona Market, Kwame Nkrumah Circle, to speak to Madam Benis Otu.
But I'm meeting the Benis Otu. Na me Odona Novotel Market, Queen Mother. Me started a Juma way, ewo Abra Mishia Commercial Bank. Before Nana, because of my market position in team, me ye Juma oye parish about today in Chefua, Mekra, every week. Ebi a me dibisu fria. Ono me Juma in team, Miss Kelly and Tumumbuano. Nenda Manure Kase, Abra Mishia GCB. Na dodo ni nyina ya adwene ye hede eye adwuma wa abane monkotia ena ihia mwo GCB owo ba Odona Market ebe cheche he mesma GCB tim wotie he kese enti odru mretu bere na chede yenya akomotoye ma yebetum nyi ho aye adwuma ampa wo yi nyimpa emahen ma every day oba obeje he skadeko nti free hono omenyi dada amenya nti me bie company me ye company accounts me company ni di Bakato Ventures nti me free personal nemu na me call Ventures nti sisi amenyore kasei se bibi ha na me from ho sisi a imbitia wa na GCB wetu ma aye masabia me ma check mpo na se nyimpa no Kenya or Kenya ni scanner program ba ho minya from one pet na ho sort him out enyi da don kwete enti se nduru ha mesrede bo modern na ntukosi GCB ana amanyo ka sei se bi be ho a ma branch manager ana de ehwo na wo ko wana be hu do all share GCB atari biara but my friend na the how that you name no be sort out me da see.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are. Where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house design and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.
So welcome back to the Media Convergence in Ghana conference. Please put your hands together for yourselves. We're coming to you live from the La Palma Royal Beach Hotel. This program is organized by the Africa Media Bureau in association with the University of Ghana School of Communication and Information Studies, supported by the Margins Group, Hapitel, GCB Bank, and MTN. Please put your hands together for our partners and our sponsors. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Acting GM for Sustainability and Shared Value, our own Georgina Fiagberno. Where is she? Oh, Georgina, did you disappear when I called you? Put your hands together for her nonetheless. A few of our partners are here. I'll introduce them as the program proceeds. So we want to answer the question, how is convergence changing newsroom workflows. What does audience fragmentation and engagement mean? What do we mean by multimedia storytelling and content repurposing? And how do all these things apply within the Ghanaian context? Now, who are our panel members? I'd like to bring you brief profiles of our panel, then I'll bring our moderator upstage to take it up. So, Professor Abena Inimwa Yebu Abaning is an associate professor of the University of Ghana, Department of Communications Studies. Presently leads the University School of Information and Communication Studies as dean. Her interests as a scholar, researcher, advocate, and practitioner straddle the areas of brand communication, media development, and gender, and media simplicity. She's presently a member of the International Council and chief of the Organizational Communication Working Group of the International Association of Media and Communications Research. She's published in several top-rated journals and led many research and intervention projects funded by many organizations. And we are very happy to have her today as our panel member for this panel, the State of Media Convergence in Ghana. Please put your hands together and welcome Professor Abena Yebu Abaning. Prof, thank you very much for being here and also for your support in putting this together. Our next panel member is a digital transformation strategist. He is known as Maximus Ametogo. He is a certified professional digital marketing strategist, social media coach, digital transformation expert, analytics specialist, columnist, and esports entrepreneur. He has trained over 2,300 business owners and managers, as well as over 750 journalists and bloggers in digital marketing across Ghana over the past 5 years. And he has spoken to many audiences in this regard. Maximus organizes Conquest, one of the biggest esports events in Ghana. It's one of his passions. He's also a technology columnist for the Daily Graphic Business, and he's been featured in several media outlets. He works as the digital lead and CEO of Pop Out, which is a technology consulting company based in Accra, Ghana, and he's the founder of the Institute of Digital Marketing. Please put your hands together for Maximus Ametogo. Maximus, thank you so much for joining us. Our third panel member is a lecturer in political and digital communication at UPSA. Mohammed Tawfiq Adamu is a PhD candidate at the School of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, which means maybe the person supervising him is even here on the panel. It's not easy. So you have to, Charlie, free your mind. They can't do anything to you. His research focuses on media studies, political communication, and rhetoric, with particular interest in political economy of the media, news framing, media ownership, political discourse, and the evolving dynamics of traditional media within the current digital space. His scholarly curiosity also engages with the questions of media convergence, especially within the context of Ghana's digital space. So this is like raw material for your thesis that you are just going to ace. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mohammed Tawfiq Adamu, who is our third panel member. And to moderate this panel, I'm happy to give to you my colleague at Channel 1 and City FM, a lawyer and a journalist, Francisca Kakra Forsen. Please welcome your moderator for this panel on the state of media convergence in Ghana. Kakra, thank you so much for agreeing to be part of this. Take it up.
Thank you. Good morning. Great. Thank you, Bernard, and good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'd like to throw in a story first. So there are some few people here who have been very significant in building my career and me as a person. I'd like to acknowledge them. I know I'm springing this one on them, but if they'll be kind enough to just gesture when I mention their names. I'd like to first of all acknowledge Mr. Kofi Owusu, the General Manager for Ghana News Agency, popularly known as KO. So KO was the MD at Joy FM when I was interning there, and he gave me my very first opportunity to read announcements on Hits FM and then Joy FM. KO, I salute. I'm grateful. I'd also like to acknowledge a woman after my heart, or maybe my twin sister's heart. My twin sister took the name Audrey Forsen. Audrey because of this woman. We watched her growing up, we admired her, and then later we got the opportunity to meet her. And so Professor Audrey Gajepo, Mommy, I'm so grateful. Thank you. She was one of the best lecturers I ever encountered in my life when I was doing my master's at the University of Ghana in Communication Studies. Can you imagine a lecturer who brings you chocolate on the day of exams? Exactly. She still does, I'm told. Thank you, Prof. And there's another lady, when I was leaving school, she was doctor, now she's professor. And she's sitting on this panel quietly, but I will mention her name. Professor Abna Benin, Prof. And you know the thing about research methods, it can be so confusing, but this lady, she will bring it down and you will understand. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest, Maximus Ametogo, we all know him, one of the brilliant minds when it comes to media and technology, and Mr. Tofik, soon to be doctor. We were promoting you ahead. But welcome. Our conversation is focusing on the state of media convergence in Ghana. I'll take a cue from the keynote speaker, Mr. Twumasi. He made a very bold and yet fundamental point that traditional media is no more in existence. If I may say, it's dead. Over the years, as far back as 2009, 2010, when I was an intern in the Joy newsroom, social media, particularly Facebook, was not allowed within working hours. At the time, it was for fun. It was catching up with old friends, sharing pictures. But today, if you go to Facebook and you check Joy FM, their Facebook page, if you check any other media house, City FM, TV3, any media house, they are actively engaged, and it's become a great source of news. That's the opinion that he shared, and he sort of hinted at it. But I'll take from each of you your understanding of what the state of media convergence in Ghana is. Briefly, Prof, I'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Francisca. I'm very happy to be part of this, and it's nice to be in almost my classroom, because here is Francisca and Tofik. Maximus, you have to come and study at my place so that I can finish the whole journey. Okay, so to open up, I would perhaps fall on things we shared in the State of the Ghanaian Media Report, which we published in 2023. To give you insights that it gave us of what is happening when it comes to convergence in the country. So we learned from the research we did for the report that the idea of media as print versus broadcast, even TV versus radio, has become old-fashioned in people working in the media's mind. So it's a given. Convergence is here. It is acknowledged. Newsrooms have become converged in their processes and in their output. So that's been established in fact. It's been driven by audience fragmentation, the economics of the job. If you've produced the content, why not deploy it, for instance, in other platforms without incurring new production costs? So those are some of the factors driving convergence. We also learned from the report that convergence is a mixed blessing. So it portends very good opportunities for local media, but at the same time, it's presented some challenges for them. I would share about 2 or 3 of each. So by way of it being a blessing, convergence is presenting media channels for income, because they are able to mobilize resources beyond advertising revenue, which is what the traditional media model generally would depend on for revenue. When they converge the content, distribution, etc., they use it to be able to mobilize more income. It's also an opportunity for courting new audiences. The keynoter was telling us about how young people are spending less than 12 minutes in a day. So convergence has become the way for Channel 1 to be able to talk to my daughter, who otherwise would never turn on the television set. So they're using it to court new audiences. And it's allowed also storytelling flexibility, and media are leveraging that. So that's a blessing for the media. However, we learned also from the State of the Ghanaian Media Report that Convergence has introduced a new burden for media financing because of the revenue flight into digital platforms which, as the keynoter alluded to, are not under our control, nor the resources accruing to them in our hands. So money that would otherwise have come to the typical TV station is now going to Zuckerberg and co. And that's a concern for local media. Again, we learned that Convergence has brought non-gate-kept competition for the local media. So when you're producing your content, you're ticking all your boxes to make sure that the right content is what you're publishing. But while you're busy going through all those processes, somebody sitting in their bedroom in Abetifi just published content that you're working on. So it's brought competition. And with that competition has come the speed competition. So media are constrained to want to publish it first, because otherwise somebody in Abetifi's bedroom is publishing that same story. So they are in a hurry. And sometimes with that hurry comes ethical breaches, because you perhaps did not cross all your T's and you know, do what needed doing. So I just thought that I'll give some of these things from the report to contextualize where we stand when it comes to Convergence and its implications for our media industry. But I'll conclude by saying that Convergence is here. We can't pretend about it. We better get to the work of dealing with the institutional, the educational requirements for making us able to really benefit and leverage it. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's some great context. A round of applause for her. Thank you, Prof. We'll follow with Maximus.
Okay, I think I was supposed to do a presentation, right? A presentation.
So
yes. Let me go to the podium.
Okay, so just to get everybody on the same page, Maximus will do a brief presentation and then he'll join us back.
So good morning, everyone. Greetings to Prof Audrey. Greetings. Yes, so I'm supposed to talk on audience fragmentation and engagement. I'm sure even profiling us here will indicate the fact that we are pieces of the same media channels. Some of us consume the content on Facebook, others do it on YouTube, some do it on the radio, and others do it on the TV. So the fight for attention is quite very high, and the traditional media houses are trying their very best to be modernized, right? So they want to be modernized by adopting some technology tools. So they have Facebook, they have all the social media platforms created, and they have their websites also as well, so that they can reach a wider global audience. But the fact is that most of them are traditionally digital, not the other way around. So they still have the big, newsroom. Then somebody needs to approve content, and there's always a delay. But there's a young guy who has a mobile phone, and they just churn out the same content in real time, and they are getting a lot of views. And the traditional media houses are wondering why they are not getting the same measure of views. And the fact is that they have lost the time value of content to most of the digital media platforms. And they don't need all the huge investment, whether buying the huge camera. The guy has his iPhone and he's good to go. And they broadcast in real time. Can you imagine morning shows without WhatsApp comment sections? Or you being able to comment and post on Facebook? They would have been like dead. You can't connect with the media if you don't do that. Now, when you pick a newspaper, you wonder whether you are buying the paper or the news, because most of the things that are being printed for you, you've already seen it online. So you are carrying the paper with you, and all the content on the paper is dead, right? So that is traditional newspaper, but we trust the newspaper more than the online platform because of the credibility it's built over the years, right? So that is the privilege that they have, and now most of them are also moving online, and the best they are doing is to PDF some of their newspapers and publish it, so you can zoom in, pinch out, and pitch in to read the content when it can just adjust automatically to whatever device you are using, right? So we are late on that count. Now, I had some data on the presentation. Now, it took telephone 75 years to get 50 million users. It took radio 38 years to get the same number of users. It took TV 13 years to get that. The telephone 12 years. And the internet had 50 million users in just 4 years. Guess what? ChatGPT had 50 million users in 5 days. So now you are wondering if the younger, the Gen Z kind of people, they are not interested in your radio signal, whether the quality is good or not, because they will not listen. They don't have a radio set. You know, the news media, papers usually boast about how nice the layout is, the higher resolution of images they have, but nobody cares about that anymore, right? So we are moving into the digital space, and okay, right? So this is the newspaper. So like I said, the content is printed on the paper, and the paper is just a delivery medium, just like the internet is also a delivery medium. So if the news is dead, you are just buying the paper, right? Of course, the radio, Akasanoma, that one you can carry it around. If the old ones didn't even have the electricity plug, so you just had your battery, ever-ready battery, and you carried it around and listened to whatever content that was being broadcasted. And we trusted the radio until TV came, and we could see things in pictures. So audiovisual, you can see the content in motion. So slice of life on screen. And we're excited. We watch telenovelas and all that on it. Then, so this is the chart. So you can see from the telephone to radio to TV to ChatGPT 5 days. So you can imagine in the future what will happen. So this is just some data on Ghana, 41.8 cellular connections, 26.3 million internet users in Ghana. So if you are a media house, you must be digital first. And the theme says so. So you must be digital first. And social media, we have 8.59. That's our 8.6 million people. And most of the people consume a lot of the news on their social media platforms. And guess what? When it came, the media houses were scared of going on social media platforms, but people were sharing their links there already. So they'll go and pick the content on the city newsroom and then post it on Facebook for others to see. And you got some traffic, and I'm sure they started seeing the stats, and they realized they have to create a Facebook page, and they created a Facebook page. Now, City FM has 1.9 million fans on Facebook. Can you imagine that if you had it on radio? Frema is looking at me. You'll be excited. I'm sure you'll be charging the MTNs an arm and a leg, right? To reach 1.9 million people. So this is the media consumption for internet users. So social media is number one, followed by online video, any online video. Then we have the shorts. Then we have the long videos. Before TV, any TV at number 5. So the internet users, they don't care about your TV screen, right? So that's number 5, before press, then radio, video games, and all that. And then music streaming. And they have TV streaming down here. So these are stats for the 26.3 million people. So if I pick my mobile phone, what the mobile phone, the technology has enabled is that it has put the newspaper, radio, and TV on one screen feed for me. So I can read the article by just clicking on the article. I can watch the video in the same browser, and I can listen to an audio podcast in the same browser. So I decide which content to consume. You don't program it for me. So I'm not locked down to a schedule that 12 o'clock news. So I'm waiting for 12 o'clock news. The news is breaking and we are getting it in real time. So the real time is the right time on digital platforms. And we need to reformat our thinking as traditional media in that regard. So we are moving from mass audience to micro audiences because now people can consume content on their phones, on their laptops, on consoles, and a couple of other online platforms. And they can listen to the radio and TV and watch TV on the various digital media platforms. So you should think like that. So why fragmentation is exploding? I'm sure we've heard about algorithms. It's quite difficult pronouncing that word, but so algorithm is how you program a computer to act, the step-by-step instruction you give a computer. And most of these online platforms, they programmed their newsfeed to distribute the content to you. Just like the way the traditional media will go and give newspaper to somebody at a high traffic junction to sell the newspaper for you, thinking that a lot more people will come there to buy a newspaper. The algorithm distributes the content to the content to be relevant to. So if I go on Facebook, Facebook newsfeed is distributing the content to me. I don't look for the content, right? The content finds me. So that's where we are. The fragmentation, you think that you are broadcasting and you're streaming content. You don't even know how many people are listening to you or watching you. But on Facebook, you can tell to the exact number, whether it's 124,568 people you reached, you can get that. Newspapers, they said you multiply it by 5. So if you print 100,000 copies, it's presumed that 5 more people will read the newspaper, so 500,000. How do you profile those people? You can't do that, but digital, you can always do that, right? So now we have everyone being a publisher. Social media especially is what we call user-generated content. The consumers on the platform are the producers of the content of the platforms. So the radio stations and the TV stations are not the only people producing content for the social media users. Everyone is now an online publisher, right? And content is infinite. You think you are competing with your other radio stations, but you're competing with Shatawale and another musician or some village girl who is peeling cassava and is streaming it on Facebook. You are competing with all those people, and the young people find that interesting. Real life issues, they find that interesting. So you have content that is in abundance, right? So those are the things we need to be thinking about as media houses. So how do we do that? We have to create platform native content. If you are doing long videos, you should think YouTube. If you are doing short videos, TikTok. In fact, TikTok is the most favorite platform in Ghana now. So if you are not thinking about TikTok, so if you have a 5-minute news, you should be able to cut each of them into 1 minute, and post it on your TikTok, right? So you have to treat the content like that. X is about text. So when you go on Facebook, you realize that the status, they ask you what is happening or what is on your mind. They want to tap into what you are thinking. On X, they ask you what is happening. So they want you to converse around what is happening, the events that is happening around you. And when you go on platforms like Instagram, it's pictures and videos. So for a media house, how do you treat the same content in that format for people to consume? People don't like reading a long text. Can you imagine if you have articles, for example, it's better you read it like the way they cast news instead of writing long articles for the video native platform. So we should be thinking like that as media houses. And we have to be community driven. Build community around your brand. Even within the community, be able to segment your communities. Right? So the young people, the old people, those who love politics, those who love technology, be able to build a community around those people. So based on their subject areas of interest. So it's very important. Then you must look at the fact that attention is limited. And we have to look at data-driven decisions. I'm sure when you go on Facebook, you can tell whether the Facebook users love more political content at a point in time, or technology content, what is trending. I'm sure TikTok, X will give you that. Whatever is trending, you see it, they rank it for you. So you use that as a guide to inform the kind of content you share. If it's Independence Day and people are talking about independence, you shouldn't be running promotions about some discount you are giving. You should also tap into the independence frenzy and connect with that, because that's how the platforms learn. When your content is relevant, they distribute it better and more and reach more people. Now, by default, if you have 1 million people on your Facebook page, they distribute your content to less than 0.2% of that number. So they want people, those 0.2%, to react on your content. When they react on the content, they score you. So if they find it relevant, then they start increasing the impression for that content. Then that's how your content grows to a wider audience. If your content is not relevant, nobody will like it, and the algorithm will not find it valuable to distribute it to more people, right? So my conclusion is that in fragmented world, death beats rich. So focus on creating engagement than just interaction or vanity figures. So it's not about the likes that you have or about the number of followers that you have. It's about how many people you can engage for those people to even share your content to reach more people. And we have distributed audiences across different, platforms and different devices. So it's very important to understand that, and attention is fragmented. So if you have attention, you have to treat each of them as unique. Your Facebook users, your TikTok consumers, your YouTube, you have to treat all of them as different types of audiences, just like the way you have your radio, TV, and newspaper. Treat them as unique audiences, and that's how you can win the attention in the fragmented world that we are living in.
Well, that's a detailed one from the expert and the observer himself. So we'll take another brief presentation from Mr. Tawfiq. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The state of media convergence in Ghana. My presentation is going to be situated within the historical context of media development in this country. Ghana's media development can be understood in 3 phases. The first phase is the state-controlled era where the media served nation-building purposes under post-colonial governance. The second phase is the liberalization period of the 1990s, which expanded pluralism but maintained separation across radio, print, and television. The third stage is the digital era, which has driven convergence through the integration of traditional and online platforms, fundamentally reshaping how news is produced and consumed. This shift reflects convergence as the flow of content across platforms and audiences, while the political economy perspectives highlight how it is shaped by ownership, market forces, and institutional power. Media convergence in Ghana is best understood not simply as a technological change, but as a reconfiguration of media systems within broader structures of power and control. Now, there are empirical evidence to show that media convergence in Ghana is actively practiced, but remains hybrid, uneven, and largely market-driven. Newsroom increasingly operate media systems where journalists are multi-skilled and produce integrated cross-platform content across digital and social media platforms. However, the transformation is shaped less by technology, as has been the conversation. It's shaped less by technology alone and more by the economic imperatives, particularly audience expansion and digital monetization. Insight from the 2023 report by CDD reveals that convergence in Ghana is embedded within institutional gaps, structural inequalities, and emerging digital economies, highlighting the complex and uneven character of the media. Now, there's also evidence, the evidence from CDD made quite an interesting revelation, and I still find it very relevant in this conversation. And it has to do with regulatory gaps, structural inequalities, and concentration ownership. The absence of coherent digital policies has created a fragmented governance environment, while significant gender disparities in access highlight persistent digital inequality. More critically, media ownership is increasingly concentrated among politically connected actors, leading to cross-ongnership that raises concerns about diversity and plurality. Convergence has further strengthened this concentration as large media conglomerates now operate across multiple platforms, amplifying their influence over public discourse. At the same time, media organizations are adopting new digital revenue models through platforms such as social media. Yet, these gains are undermined by weak financial sustainability and precarious working conditions, making convergence both an economic opportunity and structural vulnerability. Now, what are the opportunities in a converged media? Despite these constraints, media convergence in Ghana offers significant opportunities, including enhanced multimedia storytelling, expanded audience reach, increased interactivity, and improved newsroom efficiency. These developments reflect the shift towards participatory media culture in Ghana, where audiences are no longer passive, including enhanced but multimedia contributors in the production, expanded audience reach, increased interactivity. Let's look at the policy efficiency, regulation. These policy and regulatory reflect the shift towards in Ghana. Media participatory culture necessitates a reconfiguration of regulatory frameworks. But evidence from the CDD report emphasized the need for a coherent digital media policies. Let's look at the stronger institutional coordination, policy and regulatory implications on the convergence in Ghana. Media convergence in Ghana necessitates a reconfiguration of regulatory framework. Evidence from the CDD report emphasized the need for a coherent digital media policies, stronger institutional coordination, and reforms to address ownership concentration and political influence in licensing. These recommendations highlight the urgency of developing platform-neutral and forward-looking regulatory systems that balance innovation with accountability. Now, as a faculty member, the question is, what then is the role of the communication educator? The transformation of Ghana's media landscape places new demand on communication education, particularly within a converged digital environment where journalism is increasingly multi-platform and technology-driven. Media convergence has reshaped journalism education globally, requiring training that integrates print, broadcast, and digital competencies, while also bridging theory and practice in response to evolving industry demands. In this context, communication educators must integrate multimedia journalism and digital literacy into curricula, while also emphasizing ethical responsibility, critical thinking, and responsible digital engagement. This aligns with broader scholarship that views digital literacy not merely as a technical skill acquisition, but as a critical understanding of media systems shaped by social, political, and economic forces. Ultimately, educators must prepare students for a converged media ecosystem where they are capable of producing content across multiple media platforms and engaging audiences in increasingly interactive digital spaces. This shift is essential for sustaining professionalism and relevance within a rapidly evolving and technologically mediated media environment. In conclusion, media convergence in Ghana is best understood as hybrid, evolving, and unevenly implemented. It is digitally driven yet structurally constrained, shaped by both innovation and persistent institutional limitations.
While traditional media, namely radio, television, and print, are not disappearing, they are being reconfigured within an integrated media ecosystem. However, as the CDD report underscores, the future of convergence will depend less on technological advancement and more on how effectively issues of regulation, ownership, concentration, inequality, and sustainability are addressed. Ultimately, the critical question is not whether convergence is occurring, but whose voices is amplified, whose interest it serves, and who it reshapes, and how it reshapes democratic discourse in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tofik, and that was a brief one. I think that our panel members have poured out a lot of nuggets from Doctor's Professor, I beg your pardon, Prof's media reports that she shared. Prof talked about mixed blessings, where obviously we are experiencing some of that, the good side and the bad side. Maximus talked about we being late in adapting to the new technologies. And Tofik, you make a point about the state of convergence being a hybrid situation. Maximus, I'll come to you. Watching you, I couldn't tell if it meant doom or still there was opportunity. It was difficult, as Prof said, mixed blessings. Newsrooms and media houses in general didn't prepare adequately for this convergence, okay? It's hard to say whether we have converged or we are still converging. There's some convergence happening. You get to a newsroom, a typical newsroom, from the idea stage to a story manifesting on the radio, on the television. We are converging. We are collaborating with audiences on social media. In fact, these days, that's where you source a lot of your news. Breaking news is happening in there. So there's some kind of convergence happening. You have AI systems helping to improve the writing, etc., assisting with video editing, creating some kind of efficiency in the workflow. You're the observer. What can be the ideal situation in this convergence?
I don't know what to say, but so I remember years ago when City was set up, we created, in fact, I created the first 4 websites for City, thanks to Papa Sam, right? He believed in reaching out to a wider audience and believed in the use of technology. But we have a lot of traditional media people or outfits who don't appreciate the impact that technology will have on their work in terms of optimization and increasing the reach and also increasing engagement. So we need somebody who understands technology and the various technology tools that you can use. Because very soon, in fact, there are AI agents that you can tell it to write articles for you. Go and look for the top 10 trending issues in Ghana. It will write the articles and publish it on your website without you doing anything. So I can run a website 24 hours, and I'll be sitting there and the AI agent will be writing for me. And they will write in a way that my audience will appreciate and understand better. So we need to know the trends and the tools in that space. Like I said, can you imagine running a morning show without a WhatsApp contact? So traditional media is on technology life support right now. And we need to be able to adjust. Yes.
Maximus, one interesting point you make. When concerns arise when it comes to new media, AI, etc., about people losing jobs, these days I don't know who wants to be an author or who wants to be a writer, a copywriter, because now you'll be competing with a machine. Is that concern legitimate, and should people harbor such concerns?
Yes, the issue is that technology doesn't need your permission to impact your way of life or even take away your job. When the computer came, it happened to the people, the stenographers, those who could type very fast and learn Mavis Beacon. You know the Mavis Beacon, how to type very fast. Now you can just dictate. You just pick your phone and say whatever you want to say, and the phone will just transcribe it for you and lay it out easily for you. So you must learn the tools that will make you more functional. Like we always say that AI will not take the job of a journalist, but will take a job of the journalist who doesn't know how to use AI. But we are going to get to the level where we will all not be needed. Yeah, we are seeing hints of it. You are seeing hints of it if you have AI agents that can write the articles and things for you. And it boils down to regulation. Maybe we need to pass a law so that some jobs will be left for the human beings to do, and then the AIs can also do the other jobs. You know, the Aku was assistant to the minister. Very soon, you call a government phone number, you can ask any question and it will respond in real time. Not the receptionist telling you, I'm going to look for the phone number for you, or I'll talk to my boss and get back to you. The AI has been programmed with a knowledge base to churn out that particular output. So we have to, in fact, be fast and work with technology. If not, we'll be left behind.
I'll come to you, Prof. You talked about convergence being a mixed blessing. You talked about the innovative ways of telling stories, etc. But then you raised a fundamental concern about financing, a burden. And this is because we do not own the infrastructure. And so, yes, if we're able to monetize, we don't get all of that revenue. Listening to that and listening to Maximus, talking about the time which will come where we all won't be needed, that's like real doom.
How do I respond without... Okay, that can only come from my classroom. When you ask me a question and I say, do you want the answer with an attitude or just the answer? So, no, this one will not have attitude. The room I am, there can't be attitude here. But, yes, Francisca, I agree with Maximus, and actually I made that point earlier about it being a mixed blessing. So that means there is some doom in there, you know, and we are experiencing that doom as we speak, as I shared some of the findings from the report. But we have options here. We have the option of sitting down and complaining, as we are good at doing in this Ghana, or we take opportunity of such convenings to look for how do we navigate this and become the victors of the situation rather than the victims. And so what we are doing here is powerful to the extent that it walks us a bit away from the effect of the doom to the opportunity to be able to leverage that. And I think that that's where perhaps we need to put more energy rather than worrying about how it's negatively affecting us. I'm an educator. I know that I'm training somebody that if I don't prepare well, they become unemployed even before they finish school because AI has taken over their job. So what do I do while they are with me in the classroom so that when they step out, they are able to use AI to be able to do things that AI on its own will not be able to do? That's the burden I carry now as an educator, so that eventually my students are not walking into doom, but they are actually going to be victors of the environment that AI has led us into.
Interesting. Tawfiq, you touched on regulation a bit. We know a number of acts and regulations that are in place. My mind went to the issue of misinformation because of the speed and the volume, okay, that new media brings. Maximum said it, the new media is not going to wait for you. The information is out there. Prof also alluded to it. There's no gatekeeping. Anything is put on social media. Nobody's vetting if it's accurate. Nobody's vetting if it's ethical. Over the years, regulation has appeared to be lagging behind, and if I dare say, failed to deal with some of these things. If regulation is unable to deal with misinformation, I know that there's a draft bill underway, but enforcement is also a challenge. And if we're not able to deal with this great concern with misinformation, how can it even come in to help with keeping jobs?
Thank you very much for this question. As for regulatory bodies, we have quite a number of regulatory bodies in the country, but the challenge that we have is the efficiency of these bodies. And the major problems you see them discuss is largely, structures and infrastructure. Now, if a regulatory body like Cybersecurity Unit or the Ghana Communication Authority, for example, do not have the necessary, logistics and structures in place that is able to monitor, the airwaves and see who is complying to the regulations and who is not complying to the regulation. And the other thing also has to do with the power to punish. These regulatory bodies, especially the Ghana Media Commission, doesn't have that kind of power to punish offenders. They would have to send it to the appropriate security service, and it takes time for justice, to take place. Now, the other point I also want to talk about has to do with experts. How many people have we trained within these regulatory institutions who have the wherewithal to be able to implement some of these regulatory rules and regulations? So there's a big challenge that we have that confront us as a country, as a developing country, a developing democracy with an emerging media system.
Thank you. And from your presentation, you touched on ownership. And I'll push that to you, Max. How do we govern what we don't own? How do we generate good revenue from what we don't know? Our interaction with new media, AI, is largely on the consumption side. So how do we get over that?
Yeah, so we need to enforce the laws in Ghana, right? As at 2017, Facebook and Google made more revenue than all media houses put together globally. Just two companies. They made more money than all the billboards, the radio stations, TV stations in the world put together. And they're all based in the US, right? So we need to find a way as a country to get people to create platforms like the social media platforms. And if we can't do that, you must have a regulation that should treat Ghana as a digital space, so that if Facebook has Ghanaians using their platform, they pay some revenue. I think they are doing that now with the advert placements. But they are making more money on the platforms, right? So how do we own that? I think the only way we can own it is legislation. If we don't have legislation and trying to understand how the digital space works, people will be accessing Ghana remotely and making money off Ghana. And sometimes we say that foreigners are not allowed to do retail business in Ghana, but they have websites in Ghana, and they are importing and selling things in Ghana using websites, and nobody's looking at that. We are all thinking physical shops, right? Meanwhile, people have websites, and they are selling a lot of things. There's a new one, I don't want to mention the name, from China. You have to buy some things, and it's very affordable, and they can easily scam you, but that's Ghana for you, right? So if you want to treat Facebook as a media channel or YouTube as a media channel, the law must clearly define that, so that if you are accessing traffic from Ghana, you should pay some money to Ghanaians. And I'm sure the case of Radio Gold should even tell us that regulation sometimes is always late to the party. When they were offline, they were on TuneIn app, and they were still streaming and broadcasting because they were not breaching any law, right? So how do we marry that, the digital platform and the terrestrial? And most of the laws govern the terrestrial broadcast. That's what I think.
I mean, and you expose a significant gap. Prof, I'll come to you. In educating future communicators, how do you go over some of these hurdles? We have the regulation, which is doing poorly. Ownership is a challenge, and Maximus is saying regulation can help with that. he's talked about the infrastructure and the fact that we are consumers. How do you train students in this space, in such an environment? Perhaps to become creators, perhaps to create a Ghana social media, a Ghana Facebook or whatever. How do you go about that?
Well, a number of things to say. Then the most primary would be perhaps to acknowledge that this would need collaboration with the technology, computer science type academic unit. So let's just hold that as a constant. But internally, say at the University of Ghana, and I can only use examples from there because that's what I am familiar with, we are conscious of the changes that are happening, particularly as related to this convergence. Fortunately for us, we are at the very cusp of revising our curriculum. And so there are changes we are making with these in mind. So this talk about AI, for instance, we are bringing it into our curriculum. We are conscious that our students...
Just to stop you, please, a round of applause. I think that is great to hear. That is great to hear.
We are conscious also that our students should be able to ideate and execute and own communication content. So these days, for instance, when our students do a master's, instead of asking them all to write a dissertation, the default is now a practical project so that a student can decide that I'm producing multimedia content on this issue, and that's what they submit to be able to earn their grade. We're also trying to revamp our internship so that there's a bit more and deeper collaboration with industry when it comes to the training of our students. We are aware of the changes that are happening in the world and why we need to change the way we are viewing the people that we are producing. I think perhaps that what we need to look at going forward is the systems thinking and cross-sectoral collaboration so that it is not just the things the media trainer's eye can imagine that we concentrate on, but also how do we leverage other competencies in other academic units or industries so that it's a more rounded, because it's a converged person we need to be producing now, not a TV person or a radio person, etc.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I think it's fair to bring in members of the audience at this point. I know that almost everybody here is a media practitioner, whether you work in a newsroom or you're managing a media house. So it will be good to hear from you, get your contributions, or if you have questions for the panel members, that will be appreciated. You can just raise your hand, and there's already a hand up. So there's a hand up at the back. If we could get a microphone to the gentleman. Or shall we take one from here? Anybody else? Okay. So we start off with Mr. Usu. Okay, so then maybe let's take it back to the gentleman who raises. Okay, that's fine. Let's carry on.
Thank you very much. My name is Nanasi Fachum. I'm trying to find out from my very good friend who said that the traditional media is, I don't want to quote him, but I will say in ICU. Do we allow the traditional media to die, or there's something that we can do to resuscitate him? Am I okay with you? Thank you very much.
So that's going to Maximus.
Yes, please.
So we can take another.
Sorry. My name is Kofi Owusu, and from Ghana News Agency. Mine is a comment and a suggestion also to Tofik in terms of the regulatory issues that you raised. But first, maybe to Maximus. I happen to have been part of a conference in Berlin organized by Deutsche Welle in January. And the discussions they are having in Europe and America are way above our heads. We are lagging behind. They are at a point where they're discussing the dangers traditional media face as against big tech companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and all of them, how they're able to scrape information from our websites. They call it web scraping. When people subscribe to these AI tools, the information that the AI tools supply them are from our websites, from our publications and all that. And yet, traditional media does not get any payment from that. So there's a conversation going on. Should we sit down with the big tech companies to discuss content, how they're going to use our content, whether they should pay? Maximus mentioned the AdSense we have with Google on our Facebook pages, but that's very minuscule compared to what they're doing. So that's one aspect in terms of the dangers we are exposed to, that we don't know what is happening. We are happy to be using the AI technologies and we just use it to write our stories and translate and everything. But anything you put out there, it is learned by the machines to use to supply information that people want and pay for. That is one thing. In Kenya, just about a year ago, there were civil rights routes actually about these big tech companies who hire what you call data workers. And these are graduates from universities and all that. And their task is to label, they call it data labeling, to teach cultural facts to these AI platforms. So that if I want to know anything about Kenya or about Ghana, people have done this labeling such that the machines can pick information easily about Ghana that I relate to. And these guys or these students or graduates are paid very, very, very minimal fees or salaries or allowances. And there are concerns that they are being, now they call them what? AI digital colonialism or AI modern day slavery. That's the type they're giving them in Kenya. In Ghana, I have not seen that. So when I got back, I spoke to the director of the Data Protection Commission, and they said, yes, there are big tech companies in Ghana employing large numbers of our youth, who are unemployed, by the way, to do this data labeling, and they work so hard for many hours. But it seems that our regulatory agencies are not aware of this. And since you raised the regulatory function, I'd like to know whether you're aware of that and how you think we should shape our regulatory policies to protect even our youth. And the other one is the content that we put out there that the big tech companies are just scraping and using them and not paying anything. I sit here, I subscribe to one of the AI tools and I pay dollars every month. And I'm thinking, somebody should be sharing the proceeds with me because I put information out there too. So Maximus and in fact, all of you can address it if you see the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can go to, okay, there's one at the front. Let's deal with that.
Good morning. My question is to the panelists. My name is Eric Saud. I'm a former news editor. I was a former news editor at GH1 TV. I now work with Margins ID Group. So when we were speaking, I was expecting to hear one thing, the politics of it. Let's face it, our politicians use the traditional media. Is that not enough reason to tell us that there's hope? Because I hardly see the politicians go on podcasts. Yes, during campaigns, they use social media. But let's face it, it is on the traditional media, that's where all the actions takes place. So how do we juxtapose this in relation to all the conversation that we're having right now? Thank you.
Okay. Can we bring it to Prof here?
Thank you. I wanted to sort of press the case about the traditional media not being quite in ICU and predicated on the comment you made about where our politicians reach the electorate. But we have had data also from Afrobarometer. And so in these discussions, while yes, the ecosystem is changing, that we also have African realities. What does Afrobarometer say? Afrobarometer's 20 latest findings from a paper 2024 says radio remains by far the most common source of news in Africa. On average, across 39 surveyed countries, 2/3, 65% of respondents tune in at least a few times a week. But also, almost half of Africans say they get news from social networks or the internet. So that's also another reality. Although there's a digital divide, there's a wide divide. I don't want to hog the time, but I want us to put that up, keep that in mind in these discussions. We have realities that perhaps the more advanced countries don't. But even if I wanted to press the argument for traditional media, Australia, what's the news out of Australia? They are asking the tech companies, I think they passed the law, right? They've passed the law because, just to make the point, to speak to the point that Kofi just made, that the tech companies ought to be paying for content produced by traditional media.
Okay, so let's have you, and then we can get some responses then. So the gentleman behind you, yes.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Peter. I actually work with TikTok in Australia and then also with the NBC in Nigeria as a consultant. So I do understand what you're talking about. So we've all been talking about media convergence and all of that. Already, it's fine that we are all here and then we are addressing this issue. But I would like to ask, what are the steps or the strategies that we are currently taking here in Ghana to make sure that we are part of that convergence beyond the whole, getting involved, writing, and then, posting or making more posts? What particular steps are we taking? Because I know the NBC have actually taken some few steps in Nigeria to make sure that they are part of, or they are at the forefront of the discussion when it comes to media convergence. Right now, they've freed up quite a number of airwaves. So the TV, the radio stations, they've freed up most of the airwaves there, sold those airwaves to the telcos, and they've generated money from the free airwaves there. And they've used that to funnel the 5G network currently in Nigeria. So that's one way they've generated revenue. And then the second thing they did was they created their own, shall I say, streaming platform like the Netflix and Paramount Plus. They've created their own where all the TV stations and also the content creators, they've made it their home. So just one app has your NTA, Joy News, and all those stuff, and also has content creators who would otherwise post on YouTube. They've gone over to that platform, and then it's a platform they own and they control themselves. So that's one aspect. So I would like to know what Ghana currently is doing to make sure that they are a part of that media convergence. Then secondly, in terms of regulation, I don't know why we seem to think that regulatory bodies can't do much or they are lagging behind. I beg to differ. Regulators can always, and shall I say, they are always at the forefront. I don't think we are lagging behind at all. All we need to do is create some sort of layer of security, or shall I say a layer of monitoring that can be able to check these posts and platform that come out from the platforms. Because, for example, as we're speaking right now, someone can post hate speech, can post something that has to do with maybe nudity, sexual, and graphic violence, right there on Facebook, TikTok, or whatever. It is not as regulated as it is here, in Ghana as it is over there in the US. You can't try it over there. The police would knock at your doors and stuff like that. But over here, you can post all those stuff. The only time I've seen police arresting citizens here is if they criticize a political leader, But we should be able to regulate these things. And it's not a matter of, we need to have back-end access to TikTok or Facebook algorithms. No, we can actually create our own algorithms to make sure that before someone actually posts something up there or out there, our own AI has been able to detect it, flag it, and then send it over to the regulatory arms or the regulatory bodies to say, hey, look, this person posted this, it's against your code and your laws, and then it is taken down before it gets viral, because the point of it all is getting viral. When it's viral, it's already lost. So that's what I'm trying to pass across. I believe regulation actually is still relevant, and it's not taking the backseat at all. And also, of course, what we are doing in terms of addressing media convergence. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. We'll put a pause on the comments. Or Frema, you have a quick one? Okay.
Good afternoon. So I would like to know the missing link, between the traditional media and, for want of a better word, let's say like bloggers, people like that on. Most of the time, you realize that people stay in their homes, in their rooms, and go on your site to pick your content. Sometimes the least you get is maybe a one-liner to say source, and they credit you. But you realize that when you are looking at ratings, you're looking at monetization, these individuals are able to generate much more than the original owners of the content. What is it that we are not doing right, traditional media, because we also have presence online, but sometimes you're not able to compete to the level of, let's say, bloggers and other individuals? Is it that we are still trapped in the pen and paper era, and so although we are going digital, we are still carrying that mindset, we are still carrying that practice of the brick and wall, into the digital space? What exactly is going on, and how do we position ourselves to maximize on what we are generating?
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll put a pause on comments and questions and get some reactions from our panel members. Tofik, you would like to address the regulatory concerns?
Yes. So I want to talk about the regulatory concern. I think that, but I want to match it with legislation, regulation and legislation. It appears that when it comes to legislation, Ghana has quite a number of laws in place to fight some of these things. The actual problem or the missing link between legislation and regulation has to do with investment. It appears that Ghana as a country, there's a limited capital investment on infrastructure or things that would ensure that these regulatory bodies are doing their work well. When you compare it to the outside world or the developed countries, you see that there's enough investment at that place, so they are able to monitor all these things and then apply sanctions where necessary. In the case of Ghana, it is not the case. So I strongly believe that we can do more. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need to pay more attention in these, because these are things that are not only in investment, but you are also going to get returns from it. So imagine if we are able to monetize the content that we create in Ghana, and it goes global, and there's a financial benefit for our local content. I mean, that alone can reduce graduate unemployment in the country, and it's a big problem that we are facing. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Prof, which ones would you want to look at? The first question was on whether or not to let traditional media go. I'm sure Maximus will also want to have a bite on that.
I don't think traditional media is going to let itself go anywhere. I mean, if we're having this conversation,
Please say
it
that
means
again.
that I don't, and I'll pause so that it sinks in. I don't think traditional media is going to let itself die. And I think that this is the evidence to it, because we are looking at how to adapt and win the game, and more of this needs to happen. There are realities to deal with, but once you confront those realities, they say that when the disease has been diagnosed, it's half as cured, and this is what is necessary. So traditional media is not going to die. It's adapting, and it is going to be here. Beyond that, there are a number of things that I wanted to address, and they may touch on different things that have come up in the discussion. So our colleague from Nigeria, I think it was Peter, so I think he signposts things that in considering our next steps, we should look at doing. And the keynoter alluded to similar things earlier, that we need to create and own platforms that host the content so that the distribution control is in our hands, the revenue control is in our hands, etc. And if it's going to take collaboration across media houses to be able to do that, then we should. The telcos may be looking in that area, and they have the infrastructure to be able to give birth to this and own it and let it grow. And we need to look at collaborating with them rather than letting them take over the space. Besides that, I think that I want to also make a point about this thing about the revenue share out between the platforms and local media. This is not the first time we've been here. Remember radio newspaper reviews? That's radio stations scraping content from newspapers and using it to build programs they can monetize. So this is not new. What remains perhaps is how do we really in the long term think about all the different versions of somebody scraping somebody's intellectual property. I think that that's what we should be looking at. And by all means, that conversation to negotiate some of the resources from the big platforms needs to happen. I'm just not sure it can happen between City FM and Facebook. I'm not even sure whether it will be happening between Ghana and Facebook, maybe between AU and Facebook, so that there's a bit more spine behind the power of negotiation. I think that it's very important because it is our collective intellectual property, and at least the ones who are producing, who are institutionalized, there should be recognition for that. And other countries, as Prof. alluded to, have shown us that it is possible if you sit down and insist that the right thing be done by us. I also want to point our attention, because Frema raised the question of the bloggers in particular and what they do, and when they take content from other media, traditional media, and they post it and it has more legs than you who originally produced the content. So perhaps also to suggest, maybe because I'm a brand communication person, to look at this from a branding and framing viewpoint also, so that the bloggers may be the ones who break it first, but you are the one who contextualize it. Because audiences want stories, they want information, but they also appreciate when you are the one, explaining rather than just throwing it at them. So perhaps for us to begin to also look at what exactly do we want our role to be in the information sharing ecosystem, and what label do we put on what we share to make it, if you like, have some value proposition beyond what the blogger, etc. community is doing. But while we are at that, maybe we should also look at collaborating with them. They are not going anywhere. They are not going anywhere. So perhaps to look at collaborations with them so that the kind of legs they are able to give the stories, we can leverage those legs as well. My last point, and I know I've been on this for quite a bit, is for us to begin to invest money in media and information literacy. The issue of disinformation has come up and other issues that are relevant. We need to put in resources so that Ghanaian audiences are a bit more aware and conscious and choicier in the content they allow themselves to be excited by and to give legs to. Because if we don't, then they become the hands that are actually pushing that misinformation and disinformation we're worried about. But also their taste buds for content perhaps need to be, education will train the taste buds so that they are looking for something more credible, something more reliable, something more enriching, educational than yesterday. My okay, I can't mention the person, they'll kill me when I get home. But somebody in my life came and showed me a video very excitedly, and she was doing some work, and she chanced on this video, and it's very, very interesting. And I watched the thing, and I'm just wondering, what was the interesting part again? But it is interesting to her, you know, and perhaps some media and information literacy may help us create, if you like, a cleaner taste ecosystem. Thank you.
Yes, so what I would say is that some countries in Europe, for example, they have what they call link tax, because they believe most of the search engines don't create their own content. They are just like gossips, and they share content that people have produced, and they make money over it. So they are supposed to pay some tax to the content owners. Maybe we need to pass that law in Ghana as well, so that if Google displays your content, Google has to pay you some money for it. And it's surprising sometimes the way they do their monetization metrics. When they watch your video 1,000 times, they pay you $1. Who determines that? I've given you content, so the 900 and something people who watched it, you won't pay me for it until the last person watched the video. So for me, regulation must understand the space so that we can make money off the content that we are producing. That's what I would say for the link tax. For the bloggers, we should be thinking like a blogger, so that every presenter is also a blogger within that space. And you see, we like slice of life stuff. We don't like the main meal. We want content to be treated like candies, small, shareable, and sweet. That's all we want for the digital media platforms. So traditional media must think the same way. So that's what I would say for all of that. As for whether traditional media needs salvation or not, I'm sure they will survive over the time.
Hello, yes. We'll take 2 final comments or questions, and we don't have time. Okay, so I'm told that we're out of time. So this is where we'll leave it. But I'd like to say a big thank you to my panel members. Thank you for your presentations and also addressing some of the questions and comments. Professor Abena Yeboah-Banin is the head of the Communications Department at the University of Ghana. If I got this wrong, I'm in trouble. Maximus Ametago is with the Institute of Digital Marketing, and also Tawfiq Mohammed is also a lecturer, Department of Communication Studies, UPSA. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and your participation. I think it's fair to do a group photo, but a round of applause for them before that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. A bigger one for Francisca Kakra-Forson, our moderator for the session. We've been looking at media convergence in Ghana. You've been listening to Maximus Ametogo, Tawfiq Mohammed, and Professor Abena Yeboah-Banin. We're still coming to you from the Media Convergence Conference in Ghana, and the future of media convergence is the focus of the next section. I'm going to have a short sit down with our keynote speaker to delve into some of the issues you raised in his very thought-provoking paper. So I'd like you to applaud one final time this panel. I want to acknowledge a few more people. Our friends from the Margins Group include the Brands Manager for Margins ID, Claudia Boatima Edusei. Claudia, give us a wave. Please put your hands together for Claudia. And she's here with Executive PA to the CEO, Eric Curtis Howard. Eric, give us a wave. Thank you, Eric, and really happy to have you here. My good friend Jerome Ochre, who's the Director of Media for the Presbyterian Church in Ghana, is also here. He's a very celebrated sports journalist. Jerome, good to see you. Oh, put your hands together for Jerome Ochre. He's the head of media for the whole Presbyterian Church. We'd like to sit down with George Twumasi. I'd like to invite George back up the stage. This is a sort of small break between panel 1 and panel 2. So while George comes up, I'd like to announce that our next panel will be moderated by no less a person than Professor Audrey Gajakwen. Prof, you know, you think like a journalist. I like the Afrobarometer angle, the 39 countries. And what you didn't say was the Afrobarometer has been in existence for at least 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. So it's one of the most comprehensive, how shall I say, indicators of where the African mind is across countries. And Afrobarometer is very clear that radio is still king. So I have a job for the next 5 years. So I mean, George, I have no problem with digital content, but everywhere I go, people say, look, we listen to you on air, and radio is powerful. And because of its immediacy, because of the way it penetrates, we're not oblivious to the digital transition, but radio has been very resilient. And I'm hoping that in your panel that you're moderating, you will share a few insights from both the Afrobarometers we've seen and also from the state of the Ghanaian media that Prof. Abna Banning put together, because those are very important realities about our behavior here. So while the global context is very critical, we also need to add the local nuance to bridge and create a more sustained conversation. So Prof will be moderating a panel on media education versus the industry reality. And her panel would include Dr. Daniel Nkrumah of KNUST, Professor H.C. Kanku of UNIMAC, and Albert Kofi Owusu. So they should get ready. But please help me welcome back upstage George Twumasi for Africa. And George, your speech was very riveting. You took us very high, and when we were coasting, you just dropped the mic. And I didn't like that, you know, but I guess you wanted to make a point about the immediacy of the challenge. Before we get into the speech, who are you? Right? Because how does a person who's described as the founder of this thing add philosophy, history, finance? You are talking about cultural, what you call it, something sovereignty. It was a very sort of nice potpourri. So what's your background and how did you get involved in media?
Okay, so when I was I had two uncles, a guy called Yao Twumasi and another called Patrick Twumasi. One was a sociologist and the other was a political scientist. And I got fascinated when I was a kid, reading a lot of their books. So by 14, I was thinking about Africa, and I went to a very engaging school, Brembe College. You are taught to think.
You went to a very what school?
Engaging school. You are taught to think. We had a headmaster called Mr. T.A. Osai. It was very thorough. So in my time, I went to first year in, I think, September 1972, right? And I was kind of thinking outside the box when I was young. So I realized very early that Africa was on the wrong track. The racism was real because I was brought up on Hansel and Gretel, the Marquis of Caraba, stories that had nothing to do with Anansi. And during my O-levels, I did fishing in Vancouver and stalactites and stalagmites. And I read about the Kalahari Desert. So I realized that something was fundamentally wrong. So I decided not to go to university, but to find a place where I could express myself philosophically. And I ended up at NAFTI. I was about 19. Then I watched two movies. The first movie was Yashmak. It's a Russian movie. There's a guy called Sergei Eisenstein. And I came to understand the Russian Revolution. Then I watched another movie called D.W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation. It made me understand John Wayne and the Red Indians. So I started reading Kwame Nkrumah. And my uncles were very deep. And they thought I was university material. I had deviated, so we stopped engaging. But further down the line, after NAFTI, I decided to do Anansi stories, like Disney level. So I went quite far. I went to Disney, I went to Village Roadshow in London. I mean, I finished NAFTI, I just went to stay in London for many, many years. I realized that there was no infrastructure to drive content. And those days, Ousmane Sembeni, the Senegalese Senegalese filmmaker, they were influencing the Fespaco and all of that, right? And it was attracting people like Walter Rodney and Paul Robeson. And so I became a socialist for some time in my life. Then I realized that there was an economic reality. Just very quickly, I got the opportunity to work for Central TV in London when I was a kid. Worked for a company called Filmfare. They did Paddington Bear and all of that. And I met this guy who was dying. He was the owner of the company, and he would listen to me talk about my dreams. And I didn't know that he was just invested in me. I had no place in that company. He just wanted to invest in me. So time moved on. He died. I moved on. And what I did in that company was a pilot on Anansi stories. That made me understand the ecosystem. That made me understand that technology and ownership is the key. We were not taught that at NAFTA. We just taught camera angles and invisible lines, and there was no reality, right? There was no economic underpin to anything. So I started a company called ABN, and in 2000, I raised a lot of money, and before I knew, we were in 16 countries, and a particular program that caught everybody in Africa by storm was Passions. And that opened my eyes to the reality of a very poor ecosystem in terms of our state broadcasting. So I decided to devote the rest of my life to what I'm doing.
So building an ecosystem. So when you talk of a media ecosystem, what are the key components of that?
I just asked the gentleman to put a slide on. It might help.
All right.
So media ecosystems fundamentally require three things. It requires political ownership. It requires policy redux, and it requires media and the creative economy interventions. Over a period of time, to fast forward, I got the opportunity to attend a short stint with the Shorenstein Center at Harvard, and I stayed. I'm still a fellow there, right? That was 6 years ago. And during my life processes, I met a guy in 2006. This guy came to me and told me about technology being the future. I was very young, white guy from California. I didn't listen to him. He gave me his number and wanted to talk to me after one of these kinds of performative seminars. Further down the line, the guy is the owner. He created Uber, right? And had I connected with him, my life might have been different. Right? He was trying to tell me about ecosystems. I was trying to talk about a television network. And he was saying, you're wrong. So at Harvard, I met a guy who one day came to my studio, and he said, look, I want to talk to you. We do this weekly stints where you get all these professors in the fellowship talking about what they do and the future and all of that. And this guy said to me, I was hired by Google to develop YouTube, and I want to help you. And he gave me an ecosystem, one page, right? So quickly I came to understand that those days cloud technology was driving everything, right? And SES was the company supplying everything. So I studied DSTV. I studied Kuzbeka, the guy who drove Naspers to own Tencent, which owns WeChat, and which has created Africa's wealthiest company. I came to understand that it's about money. All these conversations we have in traditional media and everything, it's about money and technology and content. Then I had the opportunity of meeting with President Kufuor for the first time in 2019 in London. He's been the president of our country, but he's got a phenomenal mind. The most engaging mind I've ever seen, have ever experienced. And my reference points are my two uncles, who are quite intelligent. Yeah. Then I came to understand that he had unfulfilled dreams after his post-presidency. And one was how Africa could be transformed. How media played a role. He had been thinking about that when he was the AU chairman. So our minds met, and he dragged me to Ghana to stay.
Which is how come he got involved in the Africa Public Media Initiative, which is fine. You've spoken about the three prongs of the ecosystem: government, regulation, and content creators. I get the sense that in these parts, we don't see the value of media as a tool for development or liberation or civilization. And I'll give you two examples. So you said in your presentation that a lot of the funding for media has come from outside. And also, even the setting up of media was either by the British or the French in these parts for a specific reason. When I finished the university in 2004, got a first class in economics. Most people were disappointed. I decided to become what was I? That was my first job. I was a national service person working in a new media house as a producer. Most of my mates were either working in big banks, Unilever or FMCG companies, or they were teaching assistants. So a lot of people felt like, how can such a fine brain go and work in the media? But in my view, this was my passion. I didn't even at the time understand that this would be a powerful platform to shape minds. So I bring those two to say that it seems as if, as a continent, we haven't yet understood what media means. It seems to me as though political leaders only see media as a tool of control of the population and for spreading propaganda. As a tool for civilization, changing mindsets, I feel like we are we don't understand. I think we don't understand it. But you can tell me if you think we do.
I will refer to a guy called Joshua Huddle, but in the 1930s, he started a movement called Technocracy Incorporated. He was Canadian, and he was kicked out of Canada. He was racist and everything else that goes with it. He went to South Africa. He was a pilot. I think he was a medical doctor of sorts, doing leg stuff, yeah? He believed that bureaucracy and democracy were things of the past. And no one believed him. So he pushed his daughter and inserted into her subconscious a lot of knowledge about his reality. His daughter in turn had a son who she made sure understood mathematics as a weapon of mass destruction. And that guy's name is Elon Musk. Right. So Elon Musk, people hate him, but he's changing the world. That's why he's the richest guy in the room. The things he does and thinks about, most human beings don't. So it doesn't really matter what people think or don't think. The reality is that traditional media is dead. Right? And the reason why it's dead is something called Web3. Everybody who knows Web3 will understand that the world we live in has changed. You just Google Web3 and read about it. Right? It's dead. All these arguments about data, etc., is a waste of time. Look, 3 years ago, yeah, the guy Mark Zuckerberg, sat in front of Congress. They were going to question him about regulation. He ended up teaching them, right? So you can't regulate genius. It's a waste of time. What I've heard in this room, and specifically from the gentleman and the gentleman there, is most encouraging. It just tells me that actually people are thinking, but we need an ecosystem in which our thought paradigms will make a difference, right? And in this world, you see, racism is a function of knowledge. People don't care. So let's look at the basics. And to your point about media, right? It doesn't matter who believes it or doesn't believe it. You have a lot of influence with what you do. It depends on what you use with that. You choose to do with that influence. So media comes in the Bible from the Midianites. Persia, media, read about it in the Bible. Yeah? It's a powerful instrument. Some say it's demonic, right? But it influences the mind. So in that chart there, on the first thing, yeah, content fuels perception. Perception creates value, and value translates into economy. So it doesn't matter who understands. Let's put it in an ecosystem of thoughts. There are about, give and take, by 2050, 70% or 50% of the world will be African, right? We've got 188 million people, African origin in Brazil. And then the rest, who's monetizing the opportunity? Now Web3 has happened. Web3 speaks about, it's an internet, a new iteration of the internet. We had Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. But what Web 3 allows is ownership, right? So what I am committed to doing here, as, I don't know why I am, but whatever I am, right? I'm just committed to bringing about change through media, and I've devoted my life to it.
Why do you think a public media initiative of the kind you promote is the way to go? Because some would say AU is dysfunctional in a sense. They have not really driven anything. So why don't you think of a private sector-led initiative? Why is the public sector important in the type of media you envision for the continent?
Okay, so the initiative I'm driving is the Africa Public Interest Media Initiative. And I started thinking that way because I was intellectually influenced by President Kufuor, who did a PP at Oxford, right? Who's a lawyer and who is thinking, the guy is nearly 88 years old, he's thinking every day about Ghana, about Africa, and how change can happen. That's all he dreams about. He's legacy driven. I had the opportunity very briefly to meet with the current president. He's the same. These two men can change Africa. I'm not kidding. So let me go back to your question. There's a guy called Edward Wilmot Blyden. He lived in the 19th century. He was a black guy. He's the genesis, the harbinger of Pan-Africanism. Kwame Nkrumah knew who he was, right? And he adopted some of his principles. And Kwame Nkrumah spoke about the African personality. He achieved a lot. But one thing that did not happen is that in 1884, when Africa was partitioned, everything happened. But when we became independent, the grid of partition remained. So we have a dysfunctional continent with tiny iterations of countries. That's not working. We now have a tool, Web3, that can create a borderless society to take that grid, which has imprisoned our minds, off guard. And the only way we can do that is to own the ecosystem, the architectural constructs that allows us to create wealth. So when you look at this thing here, the second one talks about value creation. I'll speak very, very briefly about it. Nobody's spoken about, apart from you, nobody's spoken about Web3, blockchain technology, right? Or anything to do with tokenization. Put it in very simple terms. We sell cocoa. What's the value chain of cocoa? Right? All we do is we sell the seeds, yeah? Chocolates are made in Switzerland, right? We are trying, but we don't have the value. So media, right, as a tool. Look at what has happened with the BBC. The BBC is transforming its ecosystem because FANG has taken over. FANG is Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. FANG. Yeah, they're FANG, like a snake. Yeah?
Facebook,
Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. They are transforming the world with distribution technology. It's as simple as that, and ecosystems, right? So what we need to do is, instead of going to all these Western Europe, why do you think Europe will want to develop Africa? Why? They've colonized us. You and I are speaking English here. Why should they? If you're an English person or a French person, and you've got so much wealth in the continent that's not exploited properly, and you've got elites going to the best schools and universities, why do you want to change the ecosystem? The only way you change that ecosystem, right, is to have a place at the negotiating table. So media and technology, right, functionally, right, is about content and ecosystems, right, to change the African mind. So if you look at it from that point of view, right, everybody in the world wants to make money. The British are dealing with the Chinese because the Chinese were able to develop an ecosystem. If Africa, which is the richest continent on earth, can rethink its systems of engagement, we will transfer. But just to add another point, our industry, facts, is worth over $1 trillion. And it's money in the ether. Nobody's touching it, right?
So we're talking about the future of media convergence in Africa, and I understand for you this thing is how it's going to be achieved. But we're also looking at the gap between industry and academia. And I suspect in your speech you were going to make reference to how to bridge that gap. You made reference to media labs as one of the ways in which that gap can be bridged, so that the training becomes more contextual and future ready. Can you elaborate on that in the context of media convergence?
When I speak to academics in Ghana, I get very encouraged by H.A. Sikanku. Right? He thinks differently. He thinks completely differently. He doesn't defend anything, right? Because he knows that the truth is that systems are changing, right? People who think ethnocentrically will not like what I'm going to say, but whether we like it or not, BBC has been in Africa for 100 years. We have a lot to learn from them. Harvard University has the best institution which converges media, politics, and public policy. We need those guys. But what we also need is original African thinking. Who has seen a series on the Asantewaa Wars or ever watched a movie on Queen Amina of Zaria? Who has seen anything about Queen Zinga or a proper animation of Shaka Zulu? When was the last time you saw a TV series, animated series? I grew up with Donald Duck. Where's Anansi? Our content has not been produced. No one is going to put that money in. So we need to tokenize our industry. What's the value proposition of GVC? It's over $1 billion. We've got about 56 or 54 of them. How are we going to amortize the value to generate the capital we need, right? And the only way to do that is to engage in an indoctrination process where we are aligned in thoughts. So academics who differ because of nostalgia, right, will be left behind.
So when you say a media lab, I want you to stick to the media lab. What is it and how will that create the type of content that you are describing?
Okay, there's a company called Andela.com, and then you've got Flutterwave, and then you've got InterSwitch. These guys are under 40 years old. They've created, what do you call those things? Unicorns, right? Worth billions of dollars, right? They've created these companies. We are sitting on an industry which, facts, if you really amortize the value of media, you create over $1 trillion, right? We've created what's called that thing, year of return. So what's about the century of return? Where we converge thoughts through virtual reality to develop a new financial ecosystem. Where we bring in Brazil, Haiti, to sell who we are. Joseph Campbell talks about myth and legend and power, where we create an African legend, where we begin to believe in our color and our identity, not as black people, but as Nubians, as Mandigos. It's media, right? So a digital laboratory is a function where you bring the newsroom, you bring an iteration of the creative economy, and you bring people who understand that model, who are all under 30 years old. So Andela is already doing that, Andela.com. You need to bring young people, a lot of them are in this room, who are geniuses, but have no money. But they have something far more powerful than money, knowledge capital. A lot of these young kids, you talk to them, they laugh at you. I've spoken to a lot of these kids. I go to places here in Ghana, talk to young people. They have the knowledge. They can code.
So is this lab incorporating like a media business with a university institution into one space? Is that what that lab does?
You have to look at the Indian Technology Institute, and what they've done with labs. But one which everyone knows is MIT Media Lab. It's a place where you converge ideas. You create digital entrepreneurs. You make people believe that they can create billions of dollars of companies like InterSwitch has done, like Flutterwave has done. You need to, money is not a function of change. But let me also say this here. African Public Interest Media Initiative does not glorify media. What is the public interest of the African? The public interest of the African, right? Kwame Nkrumah said it was the African citizen. But the public interest of the African, recently President Kufuor gave a speech in Abuja, and I was privileged to be there at the ECOWAS summit. It was to do with Murtala Mohammed. I didn't know who Murtala Mohammed was. It was an awesome visionary. So in 1976, I think he gave a speech, 76, right, about Africa coming of age. And President Kufuor was asked to make a submission as different former presidents had made. And he spoke about public interest, the African citizen as a public interest. So through media, we can have we've got the African American. So we've got to get the African Nigerian, African Ghanaian, African Kenyan, Africa, not Nigeria, where we converge around a borderless thought paradigm, one market, right? One market. So public interest, in that definition, is not limited to media. Media is just a tool to transmit that intent.
Where will the money come from? That's my last question. You said that money is drying up from the western part of the world, which is true. African development finance likes to do roads and bridges and power plants, doesn't yet understand the role of media ecosystem as part of our development. So where's the money going to come from?
Okay, African institutions, banks, etc., want to make money, right? So if they see money, they'll go. Everybody wants to make money. I will say this in very limited context. Look at blockchain report. Money is in Africa, in insurance companies. In the report, money is in Africa, in insurance companies, in mutual funds. They all just go to Switzerland. They all invest in Europe. if we can prove through return on investment matrices, that we can converge and people make money, the money will be invested.
Wonderful. A round of applause for George Twumasi. Wow. So the thing is that if you don't understand what he's saying, join lunch, you can meet him. And for every question you ask him, he has 2 stories to share. Fantastic stuff. We'll be coming back into the next panel pretty shortly, but let's give a round of applause again. We've been talking to the CEO of the ABN, who's also the curator of the Africa Public Interest Media, George Twumasi, trying to elaborate on some of the things he's been saying in his presentation. This is the Media Convergence Conference. Please put your hands together for yourselves. We are rethinking traditional media in a digital first era. We're going to move straight into our next panel, and I've already said who our moderator will be. So I'd like to invite the panel members to come up stage, read a line or two about them, and then I'll invite the moderator to take up the moderation. So we have 3 distinguished panelists for this segment. We have Professor Eche Sikanku. We also have Dr. Daniel Nkrumah, and then we have Albert Kofi Owusu. So let me start with Eche Sikanku, a couple of paragraphs about Eche. So Eche Sikanku is an associate professor of journalism and communications at the University of Media Arts and Communication, Institute of Journalism. His PhD in journalism and mass comm from University of Iowa in the US, currently Dean of Faculty of Journalism and Media Studies at the UNIMAC IJ. And Eche Sikanku has authored a number of books, including a book about President Obama and another one about Vice President Dr. Bawumia. Many years ago, he used to work with us at CTFM, but now he's moved on to bigger things. Our second panelist for this segment is in the person of Albert Kofi Owusu, who's a seasoned journalist and media executive with over 30 years of experience spanning news gathering, broadcast, and media management. He's currently the general manager of Ghana News Agency, where he provides strategic leadership for the organization, ensuring high editorial standards while spearheading institutional growth. And our final panelist for this particular panel is in the person of Dr. Daniel Nkrumah, who has more than 25 years of experience in communication, lecturer Department of Communication and Language Sciences, KNUST, with a doctorate in communication from Fudan University, Shanghai, and has other degrees as well. Our moderator is the distinguished, one day she'll become emeritus or emerita. It's long overdue, Professor Audrey Gajekpo. Please put your hands together for Audrey as she takes us into the next panel. Audrey, let's see if your mic is working. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. And good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to the panelists. I don't have to introduce you because you've been introduced already. I think this is a very provocative topic, isn't it? Media education versus industry reality. Are we training for yesterday or tomorrow? It's a very loaded title. But I think that at the bottom of it lies angst about whether in this convergent media environment we are adequately training the human resources that is going to feed this very dynamic industry. And I think it requires sober reflection, particularly because for academia, we want to stay relevant, and we want to make sure that our curricula reflects these changes. A few years ago, the School of Information and Communication Studies, or was it the department? It was a school. The Department of Communication Studies did the first State of the Media report. And if you haven't seen the report, you should. I think it's online, and it's got very interesting findings. But relevant to this discussion were findings about curricula. And the respondents to the surveys about media education felt curricula was both theoretical and practical, which is good, because it included capstone projects, internships to practicalize training. So in a certain sense, we're not just teaching theory in our tertiary spaces. However, they felt that training institutions produce graduates with only basic competencies that require further training when they're on the job. There was also compartmentalized basic skills rather than convergence-minded thinking going on. And so these are some of the issues that we need to explore. I'm glad that we have somebody who presides over newsroom as to nuance the discussions that the academics are going to have. So we're going to look at how we can deal with issues of training so that our students become relevant. And I think I'm going to start. My first question will be posed to Mr. Kofi Owusu, GNA General Manager, but also somebody who's been in the newsroom at Joy, as Francisca noted, he mentored her. When a communication graduate walks in for the first time at GNA, into your newsrooms, what impresses you about them? What impressions do you get about them? What worries you about them? And do you think they're ready for work?
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, I was going to tell a story and to lead up to this point, but I'll just cut in here. Cast your mind back over the years, say 30 years ago, if you were setting up a newsroom for, say, a radio station or a newspaper house, what were the things that you would look for in terms of your assets? You need a human resource, trained journalists who come from the institutions. You need to have a computer. You need to have, telephone, the basic gadgets that you needed for a newsroom. But then there was one vital piece of equipment, that was the fax machine. Now, I mentioned the fax machine because for any newsroom to start off, back then, 30 years ago, you needed to subscribe to Ghana News Agency news files. Because from the word go, you wouldn't have a team that is well trained to just go out and bring the stories for your broadcast. So you needed to just subscribe to GNA files where they had seasoned reporters all over the country who write stories and give you the details and everything. Now, a lot of things happened along the line in terms of bringing in new graduates to really do the work. So take, for example, now, given the convergence that we've had, the digital transformation and everything, when you see a graduate coming in as a recruitment, what we do now, for example, we ask them about their social media presence. If you apply now, in the last few years you've been recruiting, if you apply to work with GNA, we ask you first, show us your social media handle. We go there to check your activities, what your understanding of the social media, the digital media is like before we consider you. Because one thing that we know for sure, when you're trained from the institutions, we know they are trained how to write good stories, the best of them. There are some who still struggle with the story writing bit. So they know the theory aspect. But you want a journalist who comes in and will be able to do a number of things, work across multi-platforms. Because we're no longer dealing with print, radio, TV, as we were trained some 30 years ago. In fact, back in the day when we were in school, you had radio presenters who were news announcers first before coming to learn the professional part as a trained journalist, do you see? But this day, we need journalists who can hit the ground running, who can produce, publish for social media, who can do video editing on a mobile phone, who can do so many things at a given go. Because the challenge, as was said earlier, is the market, the bottom line. Now, media houses are struggling to keep up because of the proliferation of media houses. So when you're looking for personnel to come in, you want the kind of person who will come and impact your operations at this point in time. So when you ask about what you look out for, yes, we no longer look out for somebody who has done a lot of essays and knows how to write feature stories and that sort of thing, but how well can you adapt to the technologies that we are using now? So I'll pause here for the discussion. I can bring in some more. Yeah.
Thank you. Before I bring in the other panelists, I've been told that actually the panelists will give 5 minutes reflective thoughts before I launch into the questions. And so I'm going to backtrack and have you give your reflective thoughts. And then Eche will give his, Daniel will give his. After that, I'll come to Eche to react perhaps to what you've just said. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation? Okay. So apologies. I didn't get my orders properly.
Okay. I will need help here. Where's the technician? Okay, so maybe I have to also backtrack to what I was saying earlier, that everything boils down to the personnel that you need for your newsroom. And if you cast your mind back when you were starting with newspaper houses and then radio stations and all that, what we were trained to do was how to write stories. We were trained to write stories. And back in the training institutions, you either studied for TV or for print, and now maybe for radio as well. But basically, most of us were trained how to write good stories. So when you were employed back then, you'd have to then learn how to do for radio. I, for example, the first time I was employed by a radio station to do an interview, when I heard my voice, I was scared because I didn't know, I hadn't been prepared to do that. But that was a practice back then. So when earlier I alluded to the fax machine, I was referring to what many newsrooms needed back then because they needed to subscribe to GNA files. And GNA files were all text formats. Yes, I'll get to that. It was all text format. So if you were a radio station, if you were a TV station, GNA will serve you with a text story, and then you will use it for your broadcast. So often, if you watch TV news, you see that some stories will be read on camera. That means that the announcer will be sitting and reading the script without pictures rolling. If it's radio, you hear the voice of the announcer, and that's it. And along the line, competition came in. Radio stations realized that they needed to have sound bite to go with the text stories. So all that we did back then would be to subscribe to GNA's news feeds, all right. So let's say there's an African Media Bureau conference today that took place this morning, and there was a Minister for Communications who spoke about government introducing AI in school curriculum and that sort of thing. All that we would do, we get a story from GNA, radio will call the minister. Sir, you are this function, you spoke about AI technology coming to boost education. You say, yes. Would you mind expanding it for us because we want to use it for our news broadcast? And politicians love to talk. So you get the soundbite from the minister, he will speak to you and give you indications. Cabinet is ready to approve a certain, agreement to get a consortium to do that sort of thing. Now, the story becomes your own now. Because in your news broadcast, you will use the minister's voice. It becomes your own story. But the sad thing was that GNA wasn't developing alongside the market demands. GNA could have had, if there was investment, train its staff to produce content in audio and video to serve the market that was growing. That didn't happen. So that's a story that tells you, if you look at the years gone by up to present, the market demands made it necessary for the users of information to try and beat the competition and get certain things done so they can get the audiences. Now, coming back to the point, it boils down to the human resource you have. And as I was answering earlier, when you look at how the graduates are trained, the question is, are the classrooms preparing students for the newsroom that exists today or the one that no longer exists? So back in the day when they were trained, you write very well, you were employed, you just write a story. If you're in a radio station, they teach you how to read your report and how to read the news. You have to learn on the job. But we are talking about now, in the present stage we need to have graduates who already have these attributes before they leave the schools. So we'll get to the part where we'll recommend certain things that should be introduced in the training institutions. I know that way past, for many years, we've had practical attachment for about 6 months or so for GRG trainees. So along the line, you will go to a radio station, a TV station, a newspaper house, and learn the practical aspect. That is for about 6 months. So a month here, a month there, a month there. But there will be the need now to inculcate these new technologies at the very onset of training the students in the schools, so that they come out, they are already versatile with the technologies that are available now to be employable. And as I was saying earlier, GNA has been a laggard in terms of technology adaptation. But even now, when we're employing, we're looking for people who are at the forefront of using these technologies that we have. So we talked about media convergence a lot. We have seen that. If you say now, a single breaking news story, you are not just reporting it as in a radio report or writing for newspaper the next morning. You are tweeting in seconds. You are doing live streaming on social media. You are publishing for a website. You are doing for podcasts as well. And then you are even publishing on YouTube. So a journalist coming from any of the institutions must be able to do this. When the convergence took place back in the day, about 10 years ago, media houses started doing convergence. What they sought to do was to have the newsroom for radio station, TV newsroom, and then online department come together to form the convergence. And Mr. Twumasi said that is even dead, it's really old. Because there was a time when radio news will have the stories ready to go and broadcast the next hour. Online team will have to wait for the news to be read before they can get it for the online, because if they get the stories online, that will be dead news. So there will be conflict between the radio newsroom and the online staff, who will be sitting waiting for the news to be broadcast 3 times before the story goes to the website. But convergence took place. And in that case, you have the newsroom comprising TV reporters, radio reporters, online writers as well, in the same newsroom. So one reporter goes out, he is bringing stories not just for the radio news room, but for online, for the social media pages, and for radio as well. So that is what we have now currently. Let's go. So for a breaking news story, you have all of these at the back of your mind. So if you're a journalist sent out, you're supposed to be thinking like that. Right from the story ideas generation, you need to be thinking about the multi-platforms. No longer I've been trained to write stories, so let me come in first and learn how to adapt to a radio content or TV content. This is what the market demands now. So we look at traditional media, the model of media education as we have, as I said earlier, separate disciplines, print, radio, and TV, taught as separate disciplines. The theory over practice, you have heavy emphasis on theory over practice, then written exam. These are all theoretical aspects of it. Limited pressure. Whilst you are in campus, you don't work as in the real life situation, so you don't feel the pressure that you're going to meet after school. No analytics, they don't understand the dynamics involved in the algorithms, as Maximus mentioned earlier. So what graduates can do now, they can write well-structured newspaper articles, demonstrate theoretical knowledge of journalism, and then they pass their written exams. But what they cannot do, edit video on mobile, which is what is being done now, optimize content for social media algorithms, work with real-time publishing tools. Back in the day when we were working at Joy, for example, you had to go to the field, record your audio, you come to the studio, look for a technician who will download it on the PC and edit for you to go and broadcast. But way back, 10 years ago, journalists learned to do that themselves. So you come back from assignment, you are doing your own editing of your content, getting ready for broadcast. You don't need another person to do it for you, because your video owner wants somebody who can do multiple tasks and cut down on the expenditure. So that is one. Then we have the industry reality, multi-skilled journalists, still touching on the need to have journalists who are multi-skilled. You have a reporter there who's covering, say, an election campaign. He will be doing multiple things. He'll be writing, he'll be shooting, he'll be editing and publishing, all the while managing social media engagement. So that's a field reporter covering elections, and then film with a smartphone, not even the professional cameras that we all thought GBC and the rest were using at the time. Now, a simple smartphone that can work very well can do all of that for you. And this is what we expect that the training institutions must teach their students. Platform first thinking, I mentioned it earlier. At the very stage of planning your news activities, you are thinking about multi-platforms. Here we are, we have TikTok. When TikTok sprang up, I ridiculed it. I thought that was not a serious platform. But soon I realized BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN, they're broadcasting, they're streaming, and people are moving over there. So if you scoffed at that, you are just going to be, And something I must say as well, alongside all of this, we have what you call the content creators. Now, these are guys who are not being trained professionally, like some of us here, but they create content. And because of their fluency, they speak very good vernacular or P or even English or Pidgin, they're able to create content and develop followers. One such character I need to mention is this guy called Code Mickey. He is a very hilarious guy. He creates this content for football matches and betting, and he will be cursing and swearing that he was backing the team to win, the team didn't win, and he lost money. He was a very funny guy to watch. He's created content and he has a large following. Recently, I stumbled upon a skit of his. He was interviewing a resource person on the US-Israel-Iran war. And the resource person was giving out information that Bernard Evler would sit in the studio and be asking the same person the same questions. And this person was speaking in Twi and giving out very relevant information. Code Mickey hasn't had the training, and he was doing that on his platform with his assured audiences who are following him. That's one. Same Code Mickey, I'm giving him props today. Same Code Mickey. I watched another thing that he did. He had a skit, a drama skit, where he met a young lady that he wanted to propose to. The lady said she wanted a smartphone, a new phone. And he said, come with me, I'll show you where I can get you a smartphone. They went into a phone shop, and then he asked for a used phone, which was cheaper, of course. The lady said, no, I want a new phone. He said, the smartphone, the used phone and the new phone are the same. And they struggled a bit about it. Then he said, okay, he bought it for the lady. When they left the shop, he was hoping that the lady would accompany him to the house. I mean, I want to buy the phone for you, let's go and talk. Lady says, no. So what do you mean? He snatched the phone. That turned out to be an advert for the phone shop. So I watched the skit, and at the end, he was talking about this is the shop where you want a good phone. If it's a used phone or a new phone, it is very good. He mentioned the phone shop's name. Now that phone shop, if the phone shop owner was to go to Samens or Bernard Avle for a 45-second ad, he will pay like 3 times what you pay Code Mickey. If the TV station, that's much more. So the case about the bottom line, these content creators are really raking in revenue that should go to the traditional media. So these are the times that we are in, and if we have professionally trained journalists, they have to adapt like the content creators are doing and making lots of money off our back. I will stop here and then follow up later on with more. Thanks.
Interesting points raised there. Eche. 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, afternoon. We've been inside for so long, I don't realize. All right, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I think I'm enjoying the cozy environment too much. Please, did you have my PowerPoint? All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Margarita, and thank you to Samens and everybody for having me. I'll be talking on this subject, the journalism training part, dichotomy, journalism education or media education within the current era. Are we training industry-ready journalists for the future or for the past? Thank you. Excuse me. How do I move this? How do I move this? How do I move it? Can you press it? Can you do that? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll have a short introduction. We'll talk about what the dichotomy is, the fissures between what is here now, what we are training students for, and what the future looks like. And then what the game changer is. It is a dichotomy, it's a fixture we are trying to solve, but how do we get there? And then finally, how do we fix it? All right, so I think the main thing we are saying for most of today is that journalism or media training institutions have to respond to a very fast-changing world. That is the basis of all of this. And this fast-changing world has certain key drivers or certain key indicators. AI, digital media, data analytics. Now the question then is, there's an industry which is predicated on this. Are the media training education or educational institutions responding to it? What does the industry want? Multi-skilled, adaptable journalists and digitally fluent journalists. So it is not just about the skill, but the ability to adapt within the changing environment. Okay. So this is what is expected vis-a-vis what is happening. So the core issue is that universities are resource constrained, in as much as we like to talk a lot about what they should be doing. The reality is that there are some resource constraints. And also focused on the traditional liberal arts education. Universities are very conservative, and they like to stick to the basics. But of course, the world is changing, and we got to go along with it. So how do we blend the two? Because I have to make a case for liberal education and critical thinking, despite technology. I know we like to bash our schools a lot, that they are not teaching the right stuff. But there's a point to be made, for critical thinking. Yes, technology is important. But what we need to leave here today with, or what I also want to say, is that we also have to pay attention to what the traditional role of universities are. Why is critical thinking important for journalism? Extremely important. You can learn all the technology, you can learn all the platformization, you can do all the TikToking, but if you lack that critical thinking ability or skill, you cannot be a credible journalist, because it means you are just going to regurgitate whatever people say. You are not going to evaluate the sources, you are not going to evaluate the information that you get, you are not going to analyze or synthesize it, you just become, an instrument. And then you pass on misinformation sometimes. And so it is very important that we pay attention to this, because this is what will help our future journalists to stay true to the enduring mission of what journalism should be, which is to be the conscience of society and to offer leadership in terms of development progress, leadership in terms of where the nation should be going. If there's something wrong as a journalist, if you have critical thinking skills, you'll be able to tell what is missing, what the politicians are not telling you. You'll be able to tell why this person is saying this at that time. And you would not fall into the trap of fake news and misinformation. In addition to that, you would be able to verify the facts and not be a channel for rumors and unreliable information, especially in a very sensitive period. So critical thinking strengthens investigative journalism because we go beyond the surface. So I am here to make a case that in as much as we love to talk about the tech part of it and throw about the terminologies, we also have to be conscious about this part of it and then mix it together. So once we recognize that, or we have that as a basis or a foundation, then we move on and say that our universities must also move from training students for yesterday's media ecosystem, whilst recognizing that the training of critical minds is still very important if Africa has to make that progress or move from one era of civilization to the next. Today's media environment requires new approaches, so you apply the liberal arts, critical thinking education to the new approaches, TikTok, storytelling, so the interpretive journalism can be done with TikTok, not just for entertainment or passing on information, but it's critical, it's interpretive. Data visualization, so you use the same tech tools to make your information more relevant to people, and AI-assisted reporting. So this is where the technology comes in. So universities and institutions must reflect on these things, on whether we are preparing the students for a world that existed in the past. I think my colleagues have said this already, so I'm going to move from here, or the future world. So media convergence, I think we all know what media convergence is. So let's talk about the dichotomy. Well, believe it or not, and because I'm an academic, I always go back to the data and what the literature says. And this is what the literature says. Studies by, professionals across Germany, Nepal, Malaysia, South Africa, and across different parts of Africa show clear gaps between curricula and industry needs. So we've established that. And so skills like data journalism, mobile reporting, AI tools are often underrepresented. That has been said by Professor Gajepo, Professor Abena on State of Journalism Report and other things. Further, academics have said the same thing, that some of the curriculum is outdated, which means that there is a need to kind of refine it and bring some reforms into it. When you go to Katzenberger, he says that it shows a gap in mobile and automated journalism skills, MOJO. And lastly, Yaprak also identifies a mismatch between the AI era journalism and the communication skills that we are having in our schools. So this is why the gap exists. Lack of industry collaboration. Yes, I do know, and maybe we'll talk about that in detail during the discussion, how this can be done in a more effective way. Sometimes there's a theory, there's theory-heavy teaching method or models. We've got to move from that. Limited access to modern tools in terms of the facilities, yes, and slow curriculum updates. But I'm happy to say that at the University of Media, Arts and Communication, we have decided to be fast in terms of the update of our curriculum. So you can clap for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So very soon, people can take courses in AI and digital communication. It's there, it's coming, yes? Yes, thank you very much. There is data analytics and journalism, which you can come in and do. And we have media law and intellectual property, which takes care of the ethics and the policy aspect, because a lot of our journalists are lacking in this area. And my head of department, Dr. Solis Asafo, is here, who has done a fantastic job on that, as well as the other faculty from UNIMAC, IFT, and IL. So we are trying, our best to respond to these. We've said that the gap exists because of the mismatch, so let's go on. So what's the game changer? Newsrooms are now multi-platform. They are data-driven. There's audience analytics. We have to integrate the audience needs and their perceptions and opinions into it, and also try to use AI to enhance the information that we present to people in order to bring about deeper understanding of the work that we do. So there is the need for converged newsrooms. So a single journalist, and my senior here, Mr. Kofi Owusu, talked about this. A single journalist needs to write articles, shoot video, be able to edit those reels, analyze the metrics, and then use AI tools. So the UNIMAC students here have been given an assignment. They got to do all of this. And I'm going to, you can be sure that I'm going to track it and see if they've done that. I want to see those reels. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So yes, I do understand that print or the traditional media is sort of fading, but not completely, because you need to be able to write. Yes, I know a lot of the professors here would argue for that. If you cannot write, how are you going to post? How are you going to explain? So it is still important, to some extent, but then we've got to merge it all. Now, we call this the T-shaped professional. The T-shaped professional. What do we mean by that? You have to be broad enough in order to give us comprehensive reportage, but then you also have to be in-depth, deep enough to help us to understand and to bring about context and some synthesis of the information that you present. So, and that's from Johori, who emphasizes that T-shaped graduates who combine digital skills, ethics, and adaptability are more industry ready. So yesterday was print focused. We've talked about the traditional and all of, we know what it is, okay? So that needs to change. The industry ready journalist has to make sure that we factor in convergence and innovation. So training for tomorrow looks like this. AI-assisted reporting, cross-platform storytelling. So after here, we should be able to do some cross-platform, not just radio, but be able to do this for Instagram, be able to do this for TikTok, Facebook, cross-platform. And I've seen some of that being done. Channel 1, CDFM, I mean, very good at that. And this is what we are teaching our students at Unimac. Now, I'm going to end very soon. Ability to write online documentary reporting. So, journalism and media are in transition into tomorrow. We have to move away from teaching in the past and move forward.
Some of these things during the question time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Because we have very little time.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. The last thing I would say is the industry-academic partnership to incorporate attachment and apprenticeship. I'm saying this because I want to make a request from Channel 1 in terms of the industry. That's why I needed to chip that in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry to rush you, but you were really given only 5 minutes for your opening. And we can pick up on some of these things. So, Daniel, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, I'll try and do it within 5 minutes so that I'm not rushed through it. But I think I start on the premise of the question that has been asked. Are we training for yesterday or tomorrow? Media education in a converged world. I think a lot has been said about media convergence, and we are very much in tune with what it entails. And in responding to this question, I'll start by saying that yes, probably in a few cases, we do have some of the training tailored to respond to maybe contemporary and future needs. But in detail and generally speaking, I'm of the view that we're still living in the past. So that means we still have some ground to cover. But I mean, it's not a hopeless case as probably some may think it is. I think there's light at the end of the tunnel. So we are making some progress, but we are generally living in the past. The key challenge, the evolving nature of convergence journalism, places onerous requirements on both students, teachers, and training institutions. As it's quite complex. Convergence journalism itself keeps on evolving with new technology. So then, as you converge as a journalist, you also have to keep on upgrading and delivering new paradigms in terms of your disposition. So I think there's a very challenging requirement that are placed on both, not only students, but even teachers and training institutions, and we explore some of them
as we proceed. Let's look at the industry reality. I look at them at three, within the context of three major signposts. One, storytelling convergence. In terms of the industry reality, we are seeing non-linear approach to storytelling. The traditional approach used to be right in a very chronological manner, right? But in contemporary times and for the future, we are looking at writing in more creative ways, in less rigid ways, in more liberal ways, and that means that it's non-linear. That's what is now evolving in industry. And it harnesses the strengths in all the various platforms in terms of writing for radio, writing for TV, writing for online, and brings both nuances to bear on the contemporary news reports. In terms of structural convergence, you are looking at the newsroom that has evolved as a very different newsroom compared to what we have in the past. Now you have multimedia newsrooms because of multimedia organizations who do not just do radio or TV, but probably they do online too. They add radio, they have TV, then probably sometimes they have print. So then they have new structures that requires journalists to what? To oscillate in between structures and tell their stories. Now, there's also the information gathering convergence, one other industry reality where journalists have to be very versatile, not just one strain of skill, but multi-skills, right? They have to demonstrate video editing skills, photo editing skills, video recording, photography, sometimes even web design and blogging. So then, as they are gathering information, they have to demonstrate all these skills, and it's not so easy to get a contemporary or the modern journalist express some of these things in our newsrooms. Now let's look at the reality in terms of media education. Outdated or stale syllabi. A lot of the syllabi are outdated in terms of content and even style, right, of delivery and textbooks. Many institutions are grappling with how to break away from a very conservative and outdated approach to media education. Do we still teach a traditional approach to news writing? Linearity or non-linear approach to news writing? Very, very critical. Then also, we look at the very theoretical nature, right, in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment. A lot of times when we talk about theory, we tend to forget about assessment. But the challenge for most institutions is not just the teaching and the learning, but also the assessment. How practical is the assessment? Because you can do some kind of practical teaching and practical learning, but if the assessment is still theoretical and has not challenged them, then there's some deficiency or some deficits there. So I think another media education reality that we are facing is the very theoretical nature of teaching, learning, and assessment. And then ill-prepared students, right? A lot of students are not prepared for the realities of the contemporary demands of media education and media practice. And it starts at the base, at the secondary level, where probably they are not exposed or oriented, because the fast-paced semester system in the university does not make it easy for students to sometimes acquire the digital skills they need or build on the digital skills that they already have. So we also have to look at how prepared students are for the university education or tertiary education. The final one I'll talk about is the resource constraint, and here we are looking at both human and technological resource constraints. And the critical thing is who teaches what and with what. I mean, if you ask somebody to teach digital media, how versatile is the person in terms of expertise? Because especially because we are operating within a framework where GTech requires educators to have some level of qualification. How real can a lecturer probably who hasn't got that kind of practical expertise teach a course like digital media? How do you address these challenges? Multifaceted approach to addressing these challenges. One, more resources for media education. Emphasis on digital media studios or suits, right? A lot of times you don't tend to pay attention to this, right? We think media education is not a priority. Let's just teach them the theoretical aspect without investing so much into the equipment, the skill that they need to practice some of the things that they are taught. Again, there's the requirement for closer collaboration between industry and also academia. And here, not just in the area of internships. A lot of time when we talk about collaboration, we are looking at internships, right? But I think that even in the area of curricular development, we have to look at enhanced collaboration. I think the GTech, I've been involved in developing program documents for bachelor's, master's programs. And one of the requirements GTech demands is that you have to demonstrate that you intend collaborating with what? Professional bodies like DJ, IPR, AAG. On paper, a lot of us try to meet those requirements. You get a letter from GJA, you get a letter from IPR. But what are the modalities for ensuring that these things don't remain on paper? And that in reality, there is that collaboration, not just for internships, but even for developing the curricula. What feedback are we getting from industry to what? To improve our curricula. Then finally, before I have 2 more points, continuous professional development programs for educators. Very important. Because of the evolving technologies, we need to upgrade ourselves. Finally, how do we enhance the practical nature of teaching, learning, and assessment? Sometimes not just a matter of just delivering theoretical information and limiting practical exposition. I think sometimes we have to even make assessment very practical, like mid-semesters, interim assessments, instead of letting them write exams, maybe do practical assessment. Capstone projects have come in handy to provide students with the opportunity to express themselves in the practical sense. In summary, I think this is what I have. I think we'll proceed later.
Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. Thank you all, gentlemen, for your reflections on the topic. So now we'll go to some specific questions. And I know that I hurried you, Eche. And so I'm going to allow you to try and explain to us how to fix the dichotomy between media training, educational institutions, and the industry needs. You signposted it, but I don't think you explicated on it. So if you could.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I think I would start from the very last thing I was going to say, which was about internships and attachments. So there is a new way, well, not a new way, but there's another way in which we can be able to think about that, which is more of apprenticeships. Most of the time, our students go out there, they go to the media houses, they do a week or two, they do a semester, they're on vacation, they come back. Sometimes we don't really know what they do over there. Sometimes they are not realistic assessments of them. They just go and give it to an editor somewhere, just fill in this and bring it back. And so, since a lot of the industry professionals are here, one of the things that I want to propose is that there is a form of apprenticeship where the media houses, their newsrooms, are used as laboratories for education and for training, so that some of the classes are held in there. Somebody can shadow Frema or shadow Benadavle or any of the journalists. We have Apioko here too. Shadow them and then learn what they do on a daily basis, so that they get the practical education from there.
Sorry, but why can't they do it during the internship period? I'm not clear. Why can't they do it during the internship period?
Yes, they can do this during the internship, but what I'm saying is that some of the monitoring is not really very strong during the internships. And also, during some of the internships, the media houses use them for different things. Sometimes they can go and buy food, they can send them to go and buy gobe or something. You get what I mean? Like, what really goes on there when they go on an internship? And some of them complain a lot that they don't really get the opportunity to do the stuff. You get what I mean? So what I'm saying is that collaboration, what I would call a certain level of co-teaching. Okay, yes, I think I'll give a name to it. A certain level of co-teaching where the industry professionals are directly involved in the training and the teaching process. Thank you.
Great point. Kofi, I just wanted, we simply don't have enough time, but this is a very important question for me because you talked about convergence and your priority is the person who walks into your newsroom being able to manage all of these platforms. That's number one, even before storytelling, which sort of surprised me because I thought the story is the content that you're going to put on the platforms. So I'd like you to clarify that for me, but my more substantive question has to go back to the Afrobarometer realities that I talked about earlier on. The fact that you are a GNA, so you're expected to cater to the rural communities. The rural and the peri-urban communities are not as digitally linked, savvy, connected. That's the word I was looking for, as people in the urban areas. And Afrobarometer tells us that, in fact, the demographic divide, the digital divide in terms of demographics, those who are more educated, those who have better income, young people, is larger than a decade ago. So we have to deal with that reality. When you also think that Sweden is reversing digital first education, and Sweden says that they are going back to paper, pen, books, because they want to strengthen students' academic skills and restore traditional teaching, where then will your balance be? Particularly because you are GNA.
So the first question again, just...
So the first question was you privileging knowledge about the platforms over storytelling, which I think storytelling is basic for journalism. Without telling stories, you don't have journalism.
Yeah, so I mentioned the fact that in the training institutions, they are taught story writing, storytelling, and all that. That's a basic. And we don't do away or gloss over the fact that journalists or trainees must be well equipped in story, verification, the values of journalism, accuracy, ethical judgment, and all that. They are all very good things to guide them. But when you come to the newsroom, where you start working, the first point is to think that you're working across platforms. In the olden days, you would go to a newspaper house. All you have to do was just think about a newspaper article you write. And you go to the field, come back. The whole day you do one story and go home. But now, you're not just doing that. You have multiple platforms you have to deal with. And as I said earlier, so your radio station is streaming live, is tweeting on X, it is doing reels now for TikTok. They're doing all of those things. So any media owner would like to, of course, look at the overheads. So if you are employing, we need people who can do all of these tasks and cut down on your overheads. So that's the requirement. Without that, you're not employable. And as I said, in GNA's case, GNA has dragged along because of our lack of investment. Being a state media, you know what it means. But even now, because we want to adapt to the situation and serve other media houses, because GNA is like the newsroom for the media ecosystem. We supply news to all media houses. So if the media houses need stories that they can put out on their website, for podcasts, for a reel or something, and you cannot provide that, then it means that you're losing your revenue. So we have to do even more than other media houses. So that's what we are doing now, training our staff, because the old ones cannot learn the new tricks. So the new ones you're bringing in, you want to ensure that they can do all of these activities. So that's how come that we look at the training institutions to train them, so that when they come, they need minimal kind of, sort of training to be able to get going. Because if I have to now train you how to write short form for a reel of 60 seconds, I can't teach you that. You should be able to do summary. So you do a long piece for a broadcast or for a web page, but you can do one sentence, a phrase that will go with a video, and it will go very far. Like you watch the TikTok accounts of Al Jazeera, BBC, and that sort of thing. But switch back to the digital gap between the rural folks and the urban centers. That, for me, will require the collaboration between the media practitioners and the trainers. what I know, and as I was alluding to the content creators, even in the rural areas, when people have mobile phones, smartphones of different types, and they get information. They get information parceled to them in a different way. So let's say in vernacular. So obviously, if I want to reach out to the folks, yes.
Vernacular.
Sorry. Okay, so now it's not vernacular anymore, local language. All right. So if I want to reach out to the rural folks, I'm looking at the language. That's for sure. And so you need to now produce content that will sit well with them. Because I mentioned the content creators who publish information using the local languages that are okay with them, and they have large numbers following them because it's easy. I mentioned Code Mickey was interviewing somebody on the Iran war. And the information they were putting out there was valid, as you get from any seasoned journalist. But they're doing so in a Kan language. So that will be a collaboration between the trainers and the media practitioners. Other than that, then you are sticking to the English format where you say that because the rural folks, they are not that connected in terms of digital connection, and also maybe the language problem. But you can bridge that gap easily by breaking down the stories in the format that now they are doing, like the pictures, videos, a lot more videos, people now speaking on camera, right, in the local language, not vernacular, in the local language. Yeah. And that sort of thing goes down very well.
Okay.
So maybe that's the way we can bridge that gap between the rural and the urban, the gap that you mentioned.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Daniel, you pointed to the fact that there are resource constraints, and so I wanted you to expand a little bit more on the resource constraints and how you see industry helping to address some of those resource constraints. Because it seems to me that if we want the kind of training for the students that the industry requires, then your classrooms ought to be equipped to do that. How equipped are your classrooms to meet those? And if they're not, how do you propose to come up to the standard that is required to train your students adequately to meet Kofi's requirements?
Thank you. I think Okay, thank you. I looked at resource constraints from two perspectives, right? The perspective of the equipment, where a lot of institutions lack the required equipment, like editing suites, like digital media equipment, suites, studios, and so on and so forth. How do we address that? First of all, I think primarily the institutions have to find ways of collaborating with professional bodies, like the AAG and the GJ. In fact, I remember I approached the GJ some time ago to help us get an editing studio for our department. They said, okay, fair, bring a letter. So we are developing a proposal, right? They said, bring a letter. We have some friends in industry. We can speak to them, and then they can help you set up. Of course, we don't have the money. I said, yeah, I know you don't have the money, but I know you have friends. Because of the unique role you play as a journalism association, you can influence this, right? And help us get sponsors to help us set up an editing suite or a digital media studio. So I think you can look at raising funds or seeking sponsorship through some of these professional bodies. And I think what the GJ told me, that, okay, fair, then we have to have a collaboration so that we know that we are collaborating with you to set up a studio, an editing suite. We can get the funders or people to fund it. We can use our contacts in industry to help you get the necessary resources to establish it, but then we want to have a collaboration with you. I think it's also useful for even such collaborations, because at the end of the day, you can also get some feedback from them in terms of how you can even enrich your curricula. The second aspect of the resource constraint or the challenge is the human resource. Because you are looking at areas that are very, that are evolving, right? That are new. And you want the kind of professionals or tutors who can deliver the kind of practical expertise you want your students to have. A lot of the lecturers don't have it, or even if they have, they're probably not upgraded to contemporary levels. So then, how do we get the necessary resource support? Again, collaboration is key. I think that we have to impress on GTech to probably reduce the standards a bit so that we can have industry players give tutelage in the institutions. I think it's very critical because some of the areas you just cannot get in-house faculty to deliver it, right? And you may not get people even with master's degree to deliver it. But I'm sure if you can propose modalities for engaging industry players to play active roles in delivering some of these lessons, I think it will help also upgrade the standard of the students that we are producing.
Okay, thank you. Bernard has signaled that we have just a few minutes left, but I'll beg him to. You want to react to that?
Just
in 1
bit
second.
To what
yes.
you said about, I think the schools have a responsibility in that direction. It's not a matter of lack of resources. You need to have it. You need to have some modicum of, it could be any, not necessarily a studio suite.
Okay, so your point is that you think your opinion is that the schools have the responsibility.
Yeah, even simulate real life situations on campuses.
Yeah, but I also think that industry should have an interest in investing and partnering the schools to make sure that they're equipped. After all, the products are going to industry. Yeah. And whilst you have the mic, I'm going to ask you your last question. So what do you think? What should we expect? We teaching in the classroom expect from industry when it comes to the value you add to our students?
Okay, so
how much investment in upgrading, capacity building of students are you willing to make in the industry? Because you want our students to come ready for you to use. But what's going to be your investment in building their capacity?
Well, I guess that will vary across the media, industry, because there are some media institutions that are well resourced to offer training on the job for even their existing staff. So new ones come in, they join. That's a given. But even with the internships that you have, the practical attachments that you have, which is, I said, 6 months for, I know journalism students, that can be deepened. But even before that, the curriculum review that we mentioned, I think you mentioned earlier, needs to happen quite often than what I know pertains in the field. Not 5 years or 3 years, but a yearly affair. And doing the review, you should involve the media practitioners as well. Because if at the very stage of training your students, if the industry players have a say in that as to the kind of curriculum you should build, it makes it easier when they come to the world of work to now just do a little bit of brush up and then they're ready to go. So we need to have this collaboration going to fill the gaps that still exist. But a lot also depends on the institutions that are also charging students to train them for the market. And as the media practitioners also look at the bottom line, I don't have enough money to employ hundreds of reporters. I can get a few who are very good, and I'm good with that. So it's a toss between the two sides to see how they can collaborate and get some things done.
Thank you. And Eche, if you were to write a job, application for somebody that you want to hire in your department, what would the qualifications look like in light of the discussions we've had today?
Very interesting question, Prof. Thank you very much. I like the question because it gives us the opportunity to bring everything together. And part of what you said and he said, the capacity of those coming to train, a job description, who are you bringing in? The concern is that some of the lecturers or the educators are not even up to speed. They are not even up to date. They don't know what is happening. So it would be a job description that prioritizes good teaching, not just research, not just degrees or qualification, but a job description that sees some real world quality experience in the field that the person is coming to teach. It should go side by side with that qualification. Because how are you going to come teach AI communication when you have no clue or you don't even know what's happening there? So it's a job description that will look for, yes, you should be good in research, because of course it is a research that shows us the state of the industry, tells us what is happening. We prefer solutions. Yes, research is important, gives us the data to know what is happening. But in addition to that, you should be able to do what you are teaching. Otherwise, you go and teach them just theory. Yes, so it should be heavy, the person should be heavy on the practical as well. And then, of course, be willing to give back to society. Now, just lastly, you know, they talked about the capacity of the lecturers, and there's a model that we came up with when we did the African Journalism Education Conference. And I'm proud to say that some of us pioneered this model, which is that the lecturers should also be willing and humble enough to admit that they are not always up to speed, so you go and upgrade yourself. So we pioneered this with multimedia, and I'm happy to say I took the lead in that. So I was in their newsroom for a considerable period of time doing real-world reporting. I remember on one of those days, that was when President Kufuor lost his wife, unfortunately, and I had to do something I'd done 20 years ago, like live reporting, you know, on that. I've done that internationally as well, and I've tried to host programs. Some of these things influence my teaching back in the classroom. So we develop a certain model, which is the simulation, system, where we simulate real-world systems in the classroom. We get the students to do that, and then they get a feel of it, and they are trained practically in that respect. Thank you very much. Last, we should decolonize media education, and that's what our keynote speaker was trying to say, that we own those platforms and determine the way they are used by using indigenous media educational processes to take care of our local dynamics and our local context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like to add that perhaps we need to talk to GTech, because GTech has to change some of its conditions so that it creates more room for practitioners to come into the classrooms. There is a place for PhDs. We do need a theoretical qualified PhDs in academia, but so do we need for courses like ours, the practitioners. So GTech too must be lobbied to be less rigid. Practitioner.
Yeah, and Prof, Samens was one of those who came to our classroom to teach us one day. You know.
No, but that's not enough. What we mean is that you actually have, as a member of staff, a practitioner in training who doesn't have a PhD, because what you describe right now is very difficult to get somebody who has the skill sets that you described and also a PhD degree. It's difficult. I know that. Even for people who train journalists, journalism teachers often are talking theory rather than practice. So please, I'm coming to the floor now so that I think we only have time for 3 questions. So you really must catch my eye. If you've already spoken, I'm not going to call you. So Mary, so I'll have Mary, I have the gentleman in blue, I have, no, the gentleman where Mary is sitting, yes, him.
Thank you,
Go
Prof.
ahead.
Thank you, Prof. So my name is Dr. Mary Ayim Segbefia from Unimark IFT. Professor was one of my PhD supervisors. So, Prof, in the light of, well, if my students get to know that I'm here and I don't say this, they will not be happy with me. Because our students know how to write, edit, even using the mobile phone, and all of the things that some of the panelists have discussed here. But the issue sometimes is when they get into industry, sometimes there's a block. So, for instance, you're listening to afternoon news at 12, and then you hear in the story, as you can see, definitely you know that story is not meant for radio. The student knows that this story is for TV, but because the media house wants to air it at 12, they lift it wholesale without editing. And so I've had to record news stories at 12 and then look out for evening. I don't want to mention the time, but you look out for evening news and you then see that the story was actually for TV. You see, as you can see, and then you see the colored water and all of the things that they are saying. So the issue now is it a case where the classrooms are preparing the students to meet the convergence that we are in now, but the industry is a bit not ready? And It's not converged enough to accept the students that the classroom is straining. And I'm proud to say that one of my students, her bosses are here, Akosia Ochri. She's doing very well at City FM and City TV, which is a testament that we are doing a good work. Thank you.
Yeah. And the gentleman in the... So, yeah. I'll come back here. Abna, you probably will be the very last person now, because...
I'm Hansen Kundia, and I'm with Royal Television, the general manager. I've heard you saying or talking about the rural areas not connecting in terms of what do you call it?
The digital.
The digital, yeah. And in a way, I fear for the traditional media in that sense, because we are gradually also losing that part. Generation will come, generation will go. So the current generation right now will definitely pass away. What are we also doing? Because all they need there is good network, which they are not having now. When it starts getting there, the dynamics are going to change. Data too, in a way, will also get cheaper when people start consuming or when people start getting onto the internet.
Right.
And in terms of even language, I don't think that will be a barrier, because we've seen people watching videos and analyzing videos without even hearing what or paying attention to what the person is even saying in the video. Can even analyze the video and understand.
All right.
Yeah, so I think we also need to take a critical look at that angle.
Okay,
Thank
the
you.
gentleman in the back, right behind you with his hands up. Yeah.
Yes, this conference is very, very important for all the players in the industry. I am an example of a practitioner and an academic person as well. And my dean, Prof. Sika Nkum, will attest to it. When you are in the classroom, the students will always want to see or have a feel of what is happening at the real world or what is happening in the newsroom. But when they come to Adom newsroom, there's a unit for social media. Some of them are journalists, well-trained journalists. We have online, then the traditional ones. So the convergence is really working over there. But when you move from Accra to the other communities where we have a lot of affiliate stations over there, I can tell you, all the things we are discussing here is alien to them. All that they know is that as soon as the microphone is given to them or they sit behind the microphone, they begin to do their own thing. So for me, what students, journalists need is confidence and knowing the ethics of the profession at hand.
Yeah.
So when they come to the industry or they come to the newsroom, they can really fit in.
Yeah.
So with that confidence, they will know all the tricks. But when you give them the microphone, they will not be able to deliver very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad you raised the issue of ethics, because I think what the traditional media has going for it is trust as its currency. Okay? We hinted at misinformation. I think there's a gentleman here, but we don't have time to go into it.
Sorry,
but
I'll be very
this
fast.
is where the traditional media comes in. Yeah.
All right, so my question, what?
I have already spoken. Can I let somebody else who hasn't spoken first? We're being equitable here.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is two quick submissions rather than questions, and is to say that the core principles of journalism that we are talking about, and I use the example of storytelling, right? I think that we should perhaps begin to rethink what we are calling core versus emerging. I don't think that storytelling will ever change within journalism. What has changed is the nature and the form that storytelling takes. So these days, there's got to be a lot of visuals, augmented reality, virtual reality. So should we be teaching storytelling? Absolutely. But we can't teach it the way that we used to. And then my final point was on the media labs. I think that there's also opportunity for us to collaborate with the media organizations themselves and have those media labs situated there so that there's that value proposition between we want ready-baked, ready-skilled graduates to we also are under-resourced and perhaps can't offer the practical aspects to the media organizations in the way that we wish we could have. Thank you.
Thank you. Great points. But it does mean also that the industry has to be prepared to create the space for those media labs to happen. Because often some of the internship reports say they had no time for us. They were making us buy gobe and coffee, you know. All right. So I'll go back to the gentleman, then I'll come to Abna. Abna, you'll have the last word. Gentleman, yes. I hope.
All right. So actually, my question is for you, sir. You mentioned that you want staff, when they come to you, to be sort of a jack of all trades when it comes to media. And they should be able to go through the full life cycle of an offshoot of, revenue. You just want to be able to make sure that your bottom line is good as well as paying the staff. Now, what happens, because we do know that AI currently can do all these things. The only thing the AI won't be able to do is carry a camera and shoot, but you don't even need that. You can get stock footage, you can get footage from everywhere. Now, if you have one or two staff that says to you, sir, I can do all these things with AI, what do you do then to the other staff? Do you then let them go? Because some media houses currently are doing that right now.
Okay. Thank you. Last question. Most have been comments, but that's a question you'll have to address. So I'll give the last.
Thank you very much, Prof. It's not a question, it's a comment, maybe more a plea, actually, from everything that we've heard. Industry, and I'm looking at Kofi and Bernard and Samens and everybody. We want to do good by you, but it has to be done together. We know there are resource constraints. We've established that in evidence. But ensakwa ena ensaba, hand go, let hand come. So please, let this conversation not end here. We will come and knock the door for ways in which to collaborate, and we really look to you saying yes to us. The other thing I want to add is that perhaps opportunity for industry to also pay a bit more attention to the knowledge being produced within academia. Research is being produced every day that can answer some of the questions you're grappling with. We need to co-create platforms that bring you to hear our research. The School of Information and Communication Studies is about doing a program like that. I'm hoping that all of you will come when we have that conversation so that you know the things we're doing and you bring to us the questions you want us to use our research to try and find answers for. Thank you.
Great. And Kofi?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think it borders on the issue of whether journalism is under threat, as we discussed earlier. Now, you also know that apart from just one or two journalists or reporters who can use AI to do multiple tasks and all that, we now have AI tools that can generate discussions on their own. You can have a clone voice of Bernard's, which is Kai's ad famous, and cast a speech, say the president's speech at a certain event, and then we discuss it as if the real person are doing that. It's there. So there's a threat that we are facing. But what we have also said is that journalists should know how to use the AI tools because there are ethical considerations. So the fact that we know we can use AI does not mean that we're going to shut the door on reporters and say we're going to stick to AI. There are aspects that we have to learn how to use the AI to do the work that we need to do. I mean, I see AI as a scientific calculator that you need to add your numbers instead of using your mind to calculate, in the figures. So you must know how to use it well. And that is why, Prof, we're saying that right at the very stage of teaching the students, from the first year, they should inculcate the AI technology in the studies. So they learn how to use AI, because AI also has hallucinations, you know that, can throw out biases.
We know that.
So there are things that we need to know how well to use AI. So I don't subscribe to the fact that AI will replace journalists. No, they won't, because there are aspects that we are better able to do than just the machine can do. So I guess maybe
Thank you very much, but I think what I'll add to that is that ethics then becomes important, because the ethics of AI use, but the ethics of reporting also becomes central, so that even in your hiring, the criteria you look for should be, is that person ethical? Because trust is your currency. On that note, thank you very much.
Wow.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
and thank you to the audience for your comments and your insightful questions.
This has been so engaging. Please put your hands together for Professor, soon to be emeritus, Odriga Jekpo. Please rise for a quick photograph. This has been so engaging. The beauty of this is that we can discuss the rest over lunch. And Abena, this event was co-created. So don't make it look like we did it. You were there with us throughout. So this is an industry academia co-creation. That's number one. So let's put our hands together for the school. And number two, even on Monday, we did an economic roundtable. And after I did the panel, HS brought his students into the studio, about 30 of them, to grill the panelists, right? It's a sort of co-creation. And we've done this, not the first time. We keep doing it. So there are opportunities. I take your charge, and we are saying 100% we are moving. So thank you very much indeed. Let's take a group photograph. I have two very important announcements, so please give me attention. Lunch is happening right after this session. When we come back from lunch, we are doing what I call concurrent breakout sessions. We recognize that your areas of interest will not necessarily be the same. So we've grouped us into two broad areas. The first area is called Breakout Session A, and the topic is monetizing or monetization, metrics, and sustainability in a converged media market. Let me repeat this. Monetization, metrics, and sustainability in a converged media market. That is more like the industry breakout session. The facilitator is Sendo Tamaklo of Afro Quality. Sendo has worked in media, telcos, at FMCG, and now he runs an Africa-based business which has interest all over the continent. Sendo, please rise. So give him a round of applause, Sendo Tamaklo. He's a facilitator of that, and his moderator is Frema Edunyami. Frema, please rise. Wonderful. Now, that breakout session takes place in the Damba room. So where's Damba? When you get out of this hall, you turn right. You turn right. Damba is basically next to where we are. So that breakout session is for those of you who want to discuss more industry metrics. Maybe you work in a media company, you want to understand how to monetize, what are the key issues to look out for, how can you report the coverage. Somebody said you can just put a transmitter up, but you need to know the granularity of who's watching, who's listening, where they live, what they do, how much they spend. That type of granularity can only be done with certain metrics or matrices. So that's Sendo Tamaklo's session happening after lunch. The second breakout session B is reimagining media curriculum for the next decade. So we're going to co-create a new curriculum. And I'm so happy Aurelia asked that question, made that point, right? Storytelling will not change, but how storytelling is delivered has to change. And I think she's the best person to do this. So Dr. Aurelia, you see, from the same University of Ghana School of Information and Communication, will lead a very powerful session. And I suspect a lot of them schools here, the academics will want to be in that session to look at. We can actually create a curriculum. We can create a curriculum right there, right? And then we'll deploy it for next semester, provided the academic committee agrees. You know, Audrey kept making it seem as if the only reluctant group was the media. I think the academics have more problems in terms of, Charlie, you go to academic first, like between myself and Samens, we can agree in 2 minutes. I mean, if Professor Abuna goes back to Legon, she has to go and meet some committee, some dean, something. It's wild, you know. So we are ready. So you're going to co-create a media curriculum. And that's happening in the breakout room with the label. Oh, JB, what's it called? Ojira is downstairs, right? So you take the stairs, go down. Ojira is downstairs. Let me just do a quick survey. How many of you want to be in the industry breakout room where we have monetization, sustainability, and the conventional market? Let me just see your hands. All right. So this is what I will propose. I'll propose that those people will follow Sendo and Frema to lunch, so that you can start conversing at lunch and go straight there afterwards, because I don't think we should come back here. We're going straight in those rooms, right? And then those who want to go for the co-creation of curriculum session, can I see your hands? Can I see my hands? Good. So Dr. Aurelisi is the facilitator. Apioko Sarah Mashong is the moderator. Apioko is the Red Riding Hood. Apioko, please rise. Wonderful. So what I will say is that Apioko and Aurelia will rise on their way out, and all of us who want to go for that session, we will make a brief detour through your room. You're going to leave your bag there and then go for lunch. So you know where you're going right after lunch. So it makes our life easy. All right. So Magdalene, what you're going to do is that all those who are going to follow Apioko and Aurelia, you give them their lunch coupons. We are all having lunch at the same place, but I just think it's easier for us so we can start discussing what to do. Now, our speakers and our moderators and our sponsors, you have a different room for lunch. It's just a smaller room, okay? The food is the same. It's just a smaller room in this egalitarian world. So basically, like to acknowledge some of our sponsors for those who have not heard. From GCB Bank, the PR and Media Relations Manager is Susie Ansa. Susie, where are you? Give us a wave. Please put your hands together for Susie. Very grateful to have you. From Haptel, we have three people. Stephen Soa. Where is Stephen Soa? Gifty Sapong, Nana Owusu, and Ransford Asante. Haptel, where are you? Please rise. Haptel. Oh, yes. So Haptel team together with Susie, and then our friends from Margins, Curtis and Claudia. And of course, we also have the Chief Corporate Services and Sustainability Manager of MTN, Ajua. You are free. Where is Ajua? Please put your hands for Ajua. You know, you can have great ideas. If people don't put money behind it, you can't do anything. Without you guys, we couldn't have organized this program. So the sponsors have real. In fact, when you are eating lunch, after every blow, God bless Haptel. After every blow, God bless MTN. Without them, we would not do this. We would not have done this program, right? So MTN, Haptel, GCB Bank, and Margins Group have made this very possible. So those are the announcements. Now, time check is 2:30. The food is already hot. 30 minutes is enough to eat, right? You don't need 1 hour to eat. So we are going to come back for the breakout at 3 o'clock dead. Is that a good plan? Oh, is that a good plan? Good. So this is what I'm going to do. Industry panel, Mr. Tamaklo and Frema, please move to the back. All those who want to do the industry breakout session, you can move out now. Pick up your lunch coupon from Magdalene. Make a detour to your breakout room so you can leave your bags there. Education, please stay. Education, stay. I just want to differentiate quickly. So all industry breakout team members, please follow Frema and Sendo Tamaklo. Go for your lunch coupon. Drop your bags in your breakout room and get lunch done. Education, co-creation, breakout. Please remain seated. We are bringing your lunch coupons to you here. We are bringing your lunch coupons to you here. All sponsors, please go to the table Samens is on. Go and sit at the table Samens is on. All sponsors, please go and sit at Samens' table. Please, let's be snappy. All industry people, please leave the hall. Industry breakout session, please leave the hall. Industry breakout session, leave the hall. Sponsors, facilitators, and panelists, please go to where Samens is seated, so he will take you to where you're having your lunch. Education, please remain seated. We are bringing your lunch coupons to you now. Industry, please leave the hall. BHC and US Embassy, join Samens. Join Samens at his table for sponsors lunch. Can we be snappy, please? Magdalene, please bring the coupons for the education people to where Apioko and Aurelia are. All those who are going to be part of education, your lunch coupons will be brought to you. Caleb, please help me get the lunch coupons from Magdalene and share for the people going for the educational breakout.
Is to be part of a real family. I thought you were kind.
I offered you money, got you a hotel for a few nights. That was the best I could do.
I wanted little dignity and shelter. I promised I wouldn't speak of that night. I promised I would help around the house. Cook, wash, keep quiet, and I met it.
You make it sound so simple.
It was simple until you made it complicated.
Clearly pregnant for you. I didn't say she was pregnant for me. All I said was she was pregnant.
She said
you know who the father of that child is, and we both know what that means.
Any problem?
No, Your Highness.
Good. Then continue your royal duty with gratitude.
Permission to resign.
Deny.
The Blacksons airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, and Everpack on Channel 1 TV.
The vibe is too much.
All I wanted is to be part of a real family. I thought you were kind.
I offered you money, got you a hotel for a few nights. That was the best I could do.
I wanted little dignity and shelter. I promised I wouldn't speak of that night. I promised I would help around the house. Cook, wash, keep quiet, and I met it.
You make it sound so simple.
It was simple until you made it complicated. Kind.
I offered you money, got you a hotel for a few nights. That was the best I could do.
I wanted little dignity and shelter. I promised I wouldn't speak of that night. I promised I would help around the house. Cook, wash, keep quiet, and I met it.
You make it sound so simple.
It was simple until you made it complicated.
Clearly pregnant for you. I didn't say she was pregnant for me. All I said was she was pregnant.
She said
you know who the father of that child is, and we both know what that means.
Any problem?
No, Your Highness.
Good. Then continue your royal duty with gratitude.
Permission to resign.
Deny.
The Blacksons airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, and Everpack on Channel 1 TV.
The vibe is too much.
This Mother's Day, we celebrate a love that never gives up, even when it's tested. Let's celebrate the quiet strength and endless love of our mothers. Think about the outstanding moments with Mama and share them with us in our Mother's Day promotion and episode with Mama. Send a message to 0539 986 996 reflecting on that one moment you hurt your mother with a decision, a word, or an action that caused her pain. And yet in her quiet strength, she chose to forgive you because her love for you was always greater than the pain. Or think about the sacrifices she made, the things she went through, the things she went without, so you could have more. The sleepless nights, the silent struggles, her own dreams set aside just to see you move forward. Many times, these sacrifices go unnoticed. And now cast your mind back to that one defining moment, the midnight advice, the support, the action Mama took that changed your life forever. That single act that continues to guide you all the time. So this Mother's Day, let's go beyond celebration. Let's reflect, let's appreciate, and let's say the words that matter. Add your full name, your phone number, and Mama's full name, and send to 0539 986 996 via WhatsApp. Let's give Mama her flowers while she can feel it. The An Episode with Mama promotion is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV, and it's proudly sponsored by GTP and supported by Takira. This Mother's Day, we celebrate a love that never gives up, even when it's tested. Let's celebrate the quiet strength and endless love of our mothers. Think about the outstanding moments with Mama and share them with us in our Mother's Day promotion, An Episode with Mama. Send a message to 0539 986 996 reflecting on that one moment you hurt your mother with a decision, a word, or an action that caused her pain. And yet in her quiet strength, she chose to forgive you because her love for you was always greater than the pain. Or think about the sacrifices she made, the things she went through, the things she went without, so you could have more. The sleepless nights, the silent struggles, her own dreams set aside just to see you move forward. Many times, these sacrifices go unnoticed. And now cast your mind back to that one defining moment, the midnight advice, the support, the action Mama took that changed your life forever. That single act that continues to guide you all the time. So this Mother's Day, let's go beyond celebration. Let's reflect, let's appreciate, and let's say the words that matter. Add your full name, your phone number, and Mama's full name, and send to 0539 986 996 via WhatsApp. Let's give Mama her flowers while she can feel it. The An Episode with Mama promotion is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV, and it's proudly sponsored by GTP and supported by Takira.
What does it take to be Ghana's most useful technology company? Is it the fact that we've been connecting businesses to their customers for over 20 years? Or that we power more than 12% of all electronic transactions in Ghana? Maybe it's that we are everywhere. From Accra to Ho, Kumasi to Tadi, Cape Coast to Tamale. Or is it that we safely process more transactions than any indigenous tech company here in Ghana? Or we deliver faster, we transfer safer, or we make businesses and life just a little easier? But what truly makes us Ghana's most useful technology company? It isn't the speed or the numbers. It's the people we connect, the dreams we keep moving, the communities we bring closer every single day. You prove every day what usefulness really looks like. We give you the tools, you provide the proof. Haptel, useful every day.
Across our markets and communities, dreams are being built every day with hard work and determination. In every corner of our market, resilience lives here. Join us. Let's see how GCB Bank support is expanding businesses, increasing their profits, and shaping stronger futures. Today, we are at Odona Market, Kwame Nkrumah Circle, to speak to Madam Benis Otu.
Patramidini di Benis Otu. Na meye Odona Novotel Market Queen Mother. Mr. T Ejuma Way ewo Abra Mishia Commercial Bank. Before na because of my market position in team. Meye Ejuma oye parish about today in Chefua mekra every week. Ebi a medibisu free a. Ona me Ejuma nti miskani nyina ntumu mbwano. Na nda amanyore kase Abra Mishia GCB. Na dodo ni nyina ye nyina ya adwene ye hede eye adwuma wa aba ne monkote a ena ihia enyamwa wo GCB owo ba Odona market ebe cheche he mesma GCB tim wotie he kese enti odu mri to bro na chede ye nya akomotoye ma ye botum nye ho aye adwuma ampa wo yi nyimpa emahen ma every day oba obeje he skadeko nti free ho no omenyi dado amenya nti mebie company meye company accounts me company ni dindi Bakato Ventures nti me free personal nemu na me call Ventures nti sisi amenyore kasei se bibi ha na me from ho sisi a emitia wa na GCB we tuma aye masadia me ma check mpo na se nyimpa no Kenya or Kenya scanner program ba ho minya from one pe na ho sort him out enyi dado nkote enti se induru ha mesrade bo modern na ntu kosi GCB ana amanyore kasei se bi ben ho a ma branch manager ana de ehwo na wo ko wano be hu do all share GCB atari biara but my friend na de wo how that to nanyim na obe sort out me da see.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are. Where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems, asset tagging systems, and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are protected. We have designed and built award-winning national identity infrastructures, supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. We are the identity experts. We represent you, and we are certified to do so. Proudly, the only African facility to be certified by Intergraph at central banking level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com.